Yes, okay.
We were waiting for you, but that's okay. Let me know.
It's loading now, Madam Mayor.
Okay, take your time. Do people know they're supposed to be here at 5 o'clock for an interview? I mean, two people know.
They do. It was sent out. Madam Mayor, it is 5:06 and we are live. The
Thank-
first interviewer is on Zoom.
Oh, we don't. Who is that?
On front of you, bottom. There's a whole list there.
The first one was Autumn.
no
She is
list.
not yet logged in, but Emma McLean is
I have
here.
no list.
In
Where's?
front of you. Pick up your
No,
book.
No, I have no
He
list.
doesn't have it.
I have no list.
Oh, here, we'll give you this one.
I'll bring one up because the one for Mr. Perry doesn't have the appointing sheets. We'll bring up a copy.
We're not
apologize.
voting tonight, right?
Yes, it does.
No. Oh, does it? Okay. Okay, it just went in the wrong spot then. We
Oh,
apologize.
no, you're right.
Okay, so I will have someone bring up the one with the appointing sheets, so the mayor will have a complete copy.
Okay, but we are not voting tonight, correct?
Well, I mean,
No, you're appointing tomorrow, but
Right,
we're
okay.
giving them to you so you could write notes.
I think we just do it.
All right, let's keep it simple. Okay,
Okay, so let me, let's start. Again, Madam Mayor, it is 5:08 and we are live.
thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Monday, July 20th, 2026 special meeting for the City of Lake Worth Beach. And may I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Rush,
Here.
Vice Mayor Mimi May,
Present.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Okay, I need some kind of list, though, to get started.
But we have to do. the
Melissa's
second.
bringing it up now.
Okay, oh, thank you. Vice Mayor May will lead the pledge.
Excuse me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Why is she on Zoom? Is she out of town?
Yes, she's on vacation.
Ah, good for her.
The first person is Emma McLean, and she is ready whenever you all are.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Where's Autumn home? She's just.
She was also on Zoom. She had a previous business engagement, but she has not logged in as of yet. So we're going to go to the next one.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this is Emma. Okay. Good evening, Emma.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Can you hear
Can
us?
you hear us?
I'm sorry, you're cutting out a little bit at the end of that. What was that? I'm sorry.
Can you hear us?
I can now.
Okay. We will try to be as slow and careful as we can. Thank you.
Okay. Mhm.
Okay, so you've applied to be in the Community Redevelopment Agency.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why don't you, Madam Clerk, what's the time frame? Are you going to keep time for us and all that?
I will. We did 5 minutes. We've had some people to drop out, so there is a little leeway.
Who
Well,
has
we did
dropped
get-
out?
They were removed from your list. Jose
okay.
Fernandez was unable to attend today. So the list that you have is the list that is interviewing tonight
Okay, great.
as of
Thank you very much.
4:30.
Appreciate that. Yep. Hey, where's Beth? Beth Harrelson dropped out?
She
Oh,
did. She had a previous engagement. I did reach out to her to see if she could interview tomorrow, and she
Right.
has not responded to me as of yet.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. McLean.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
it's 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes, Ms. McLean, to tell us why you'd like to serve on the CRA.
How about two
Okay.
minutes? You can ask
Wait. Is it 5 minutes for the speaker, Madam Clerk, or is it 5 minutes for the total?
At the last interview, we did 5 minutes total. It was a minute to introduce yourself, and then the commission had 4 minutes to ask questions.
Okay,
Would
so
you like to change that?
not offhand. I would think at some point we might consider that. Miss McLean, here you are, back again. You have a minute to tell us about why you're, sorry about that. You have a minute to tell us about
No, you're
yourself and what you have to offer and like that.
Okay. Please let me know. I just want to go ahead and apologize in advance. By the time that I figured out the day and time for this interview, I was already on a family beach trip. I'm severely burned. I have no hot tools and no makeup. So,
That's all right.
and
So
unstable network because of the storm.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. So I've been in Lake Worth for about 3 years now. I have a background in interior architecture. I love historical buildings. I love what I do. I'm currently kind of transitioning into more of a design, whereas the past 3 years I've been working in construction at Project and Property. I actually had a CRA grant funded project, 932 South Dixie Highway. Unfortunately, I moved on to a different opportunity job wise, so I didn't get to see that job finished out. But that original project is my design and my plans, my permitting. So I've really fallen in love with this community, and I just want to have more opportunities to be a part of it and be a part of the redevelopment. So yeah, that's me.
Okay. Let's start with District 1. Miss Malega.
Hi, Emma. How are you?
Good. How about you?
Good. Thank you for applying. Have you ever attended the CRA board meetings otherwise, besides the capacity in which you said that you receive funding from them?
No, unfortunately, I haven't.
Thank you.
Mr. McVoy?
You mentioned that you like historic buildings, and that you like Lake Worth. And you probably know that the CRA, one of its big focuses is the downtown. What thoughts do you have to protect the character of our downtown?
Well, I've really perceived it. I spend every single week on Tuesday nights at trivia at the Irish Brigade. And it's very much a small beach community, keeping that local vibe and the local art, I think, is really important.
And that's it? Okay.
I think we're out of time. Yeah.
Miss May?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Segridge?
Autumn, what do you see as the primary role of the CRA?
To hopefully look at every project and everything that comes across our desk with the future in mind, and making sure that that's accessible to our entire community and really represents Lake Worth as a whole.
Are you aware of how the funding of the CRA works?
No, ma'am, I'm not entirely read up on that. No.
Okay. Would you consider being appointed to another board? Just if not the CRA, would you, we have an education board. Would you consider being appointed to some other board if it wasn't for the CRA, if it wasn't the CRA?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm open to anything.
Okay, great. Okay. Do you have any finals? I don't know where we are time-wise, but
We do
Do you
have
have
a
any-
minute and 38 seconds left.
well, if you want to tell us something else, you've got a minute and 38 seconds to do that. And if not, you're fine.
Unless
back
y'all
to
have
your
any other questions.
Okay, no. Thank you for applying. It's a big commitment
Yeah.
to do that. And enjoy the rest of your vacation. Thank you for dropping in. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully I won't get another sunburn.
What? Oh, but yeah, stay out of the sun. Okay,
Yes. Thank
next up is Autumn Home.
you guys.
Horn. I'm reading it as home. Madam Clerk, is Autumn around?
Not as of yet, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so then up we have Alicia Polanco. Polanco, come on up. We have a, try that mic down there. See, turn it, will you help her, madam? Yeah, turn it. Oh, we have IT here. What am I talking about?
And you have to speak pretty close.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you've got about a minute to introduce yourself and then we ask a few questions and take it from there.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Alicia Polanco. I am
Little closer, little louder.
my name is Alicia Polanco. I'm new to the area. However, I'm also here on a mission. I moved here by myself, just me and my daughters. Continuing my education here at Kaiser University, originally from the Melbourne campus. So I transferred down to the West Palm Beach campus, and I'm in probably in the midpoint in my first semester in my clinical rotations.
And you work as a CNA now?
Yes. My mission in general is to be active in my community. I've always been active in my community, as far as healthcare, children. I have 2 sons with sickle cell disease. I did have a small nonprofit at one point where I was able to pay college tuition or like school tuition for disadvantaged people out in like Cameroon and Nigeria. And I would just send the money out there and they went and bought food, medication. They let me know, they showed me everything. And it was just such an amazing experience because, normally, we get a lot of scams and stuff like that from that side of the country, that side of the world. And, but because I had a little bit of courage and I did it in a personal way, I was able to reach out and help somebody all the way across the world. And that still means a lot to me. And professionally, sorry, I'm so nervous.
I know, we're yeah.
Oh, hi, you too. So
That is a minute, Madam Mayor.
That was a minute.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Malega, do you have a question?
Hi, I have a question for you. Are your kids in the school system here? Like, I'm over here.
Oh, yes.
Now,
Yes, they are. They go to North K-8.
they go to North grade?
Yep.
And you applied for both the CRA and the Education Task Force, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McGuire?
Thank you for both bringing the kids and getting them inspired to think about public service. And thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you. She volunteers at Bridges, my daughter,
What's that?
doing little art classes with the kids. She's going to be making little projects with them. That's Anna Sophia. So she's already my next generation starting out to help her community.
And you said you moved from somewhere else relatively recently?
Moved from Brooklyn, but I was in Cocoa Beach for 3 years. And that's when I was able to start Kaiser University, do my prerequisites and get accepted to the nursing program. But I saw so many great opportunities here for a family like mine. And I decided, I was like, I want to make sure I get involved early. So I'm not just here with a hand out, but a hand to give. And that's why I teach my daughters, like, even though we might be in need, it doesn't mean we can't help. Like, if it's passing out groceries and taking a bag home, like, always make sure that, you put yourself in a stronger position in life. I'm rebuilding my life after a divorce and just trying to show my daughters that you can still do it at 40 something years old. You go back to school. Thank God, we have the gift of a couple of brain cells. And so just kind of putting on the work, and do good for the people around us as well. Because we're very grateful. I'm very grateful to be here.
That's great. Ms. May?
So the Community Redevelopment Organization and the education, they changed the name of it, so I don't really know what it's called now. What is it? Education what?
Yes. No.
Advisory board.
Education Advisory Board. It sounds to me from what you're sharing that your passion may be more akin to the Education Advisory Board.
Okay.
Versus the Community Revitalization Agency, because that's more about development.
Okay.
But the passion that I'm hearing and that spirit of giving back to the community would be perfectly aligned with the Education Advisory Board. So I'm just going, that would they meet the first Thursday of every month.
Okay.
Would you be available on those evenings?
Yes.
Okay. And that's all I have for right now. Thank
Okay.
you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Segridge?
Thank you very much. What do you see as some of the biggest challenges our schools are facing here in Lake Worth?
I think so far what I've experienced as a parent, moving here, everybody here is fantastic. Let me just put that out there. Like, you guys deserve parades and acknowledgement. Like, you guys are amazing. Like, I'm not even kidding. I've lived many different places in many different spaces, and my daughter's teachers are fantastic. One thing I did come across as a barrier for myself is childcare that starts before 7 a.m. and after 6, and transportation. There's many organizations, but when I first got here, I didn't have a car. Fortunately, I was able to put down on something down on Okeechobee, and it's still running great. But there's some community involvement I think we can create, even with just parents getting involved. From what I understand, I spoke to the director at the Boys and Girls Club in West Palm Beach. She mentioned to me the same exact issues where moms are not having, there's no plan for parents who want to work third shift evenings or early mornings, and me going into healthcare. That's obviously an issue. I told us, like, you know what, I'm available outside of my one clinical day during the course of the week. And if you know anybody, I can help them. You know, we kind of wash hands a little bit. Yeah.
Good. Any questions? Where in Brooklyn?
Oh, Crown Heights.
Crown Heights, okay. I'm a Coney Island girl myself.
Yeah.
That's, excuse me, that's 5 minutes, Madam
That's
Mayor.
her. Thank you so much for applying, and welcome to the city.
Thank you.
And thank you for the interest in what you're doing with your daughters to teach about service. It's very important, and we thank you for that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Mr. Rick.
Before we proceed, Autumn is on Zoom, so I don't know if you want to do Mr. Richter first.
What?
Autumn is on Zoom, so I don't know if you want to do Mr. Richter
Great.
first.
Okay, yeah, we'll do Autumn first.
Okay.
He's a gentleman.
She's live, Madam Mayor.
Good evening, Ms. Horn. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Well, are you out of town?
No, I had another meeting right before this one on Zoom. There's
Okay,
no way I could get out of the house and to you guys in time.
it happens. Okay, the format is pretty simple. It's you get to chat for a minute to us and tell us why you should be, what you have to offer, what you're looking for, and then we get to ask a couple questions. A total of 5 minutes, so it's rather a brief encounter. So go ahead.
Well, as an artist in this community, I thought it'd be really great to join the redevelopment board because I think that active artists in the community should be more involved. I work a lot with the Cultural Council, so I would love to be, more involved with the community at large and what happens. And I'm also an environmental educator. So I love the idea of being able to, educate and promote arts within the community.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I'm just, Miss Malega.
Keep it short.
Keep it short, keep it simple.
Thank you for applying, Autumn. I see you applied for a couple boards, and thank you for being open to that. Have you ever attended a CRA board meeting?
I never have. I've heard from other people about them. I've talked to some people who are, have had various. My neighbor was on. I believe my neighbor was on the board, but no, I've never been able to attend one.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McBoy.
But as far as schedule, you're familiar with the meeting schedule or approximate meeting schedule because it seems to vary somewhat, but you'd be able to attend those in person.
Mm-hmm.
And as an artist, and I'm guessing possibly some interest in historic character of Lake Worth.
Yeah.
What do you see as ways to help enhance the downtown, keep it viable, and protect its historic character?
Well, I love the idea of getting more artists involved with creating creating murals or creating I had this plan with a community organization in Delray, where we were going to have people from work with people in the community to create the art around the planters that were on the sidewalks going down Delray, so that people have more interest in keeping everything vibrant and alive. If you make it yourself, if you work with artists to make something, you want to keep it nice. So that's something I've always been interested in. And I have a friend who she's been dying to give historic tours of Lake Worth, and this is something that I thought was such a great idea. So I don't know, it's just always been interesting to me.
Thank you. Anything else? No. All right, Ms. May?
Are you familiar with how the CRA is funded and its boundaries?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Segrich?
What would you say the purpose of the CRA is?
Well, to get to oh gosh, that seems like a question I should be able to answer easily. I was under the impression that the CRA is about creating a more vibrant community through art and history.
Would you be interested, you've applied for, you talked about being interested in education, and we have an educational task force. Would you be interested if for something like that, rather than
Sure.
to get started with the city?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I hope your other meeting goes well.
Thank
And,
you.
we'll talk to you soon. Take care. Thank you so much.
You too. Bye.
Okay. Next up is Mr. Richter.
Good evening, Greg Richter. I think you know who I am. Anyway, I'm here once again to apply for the CRA because I really believe in what the CRA does for the city. Yes, I've been to a lot of CRA meetings. Have I supported them 100% on projects? No. Mr. Segrich and I, we complained about the Pinnacle on 6 2 years ago. I was one of 3 people that attended the CRA meeting the other night with the new version of the Pinnacle on 6. We did a good job because you should see what they're doing now. So it's 2 buildings. It's no more walk-ups. It's an elevate. Beautiful project. So I love what the CRA does. And there's so many facets to it. One of the things I'm proud of in this city is that, we have done more affordable housing than any other city in this county. And one of the reasons that we've been able to do that has been our CRA. That's why we've been able to do it. We've gotten awards. They know how to get grants. Plus, yes, we have mega projects downtown like the W Moda, which I believe in the urban density that it will provide to support downtown businesses. And I was really excited to read about the Miami Group coming in here, taking a building. They're not going to change the character of it, but they're going to be able to change the usage of it to make it more pliable to what we have today. We have too many empty big buildings downtown, and more people coming in like that is good. And I know they got some funding
Madam
from the
Mayor,
CRA.
that's 1 minute.
That's 1 minute. Okay, thank you. Ms. Malega.
I do have a question. He can serve on the P and Z and CRA?
I don't
That was gonna be
think
my
so.
question.
I don't think so because they're both quasi.
No, he would.
Aren't they?
You'd have to leave. You're willing,
Yeah,
you would like.
I'd be willing to leave the planning and zoning if you'll let me.
Good grief.
Oh, you got some good people on there now. We're good.
Okay, that wasn't my question, by the way. So my question is, the CRA is scheduled to sunset in the near future. Would you support a study for them to be able to, it's called the Findings on Necessity Study, to possibly rezone and extend the CRA's boundaries as well as extend its life?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. McVoy.
Do you feel that on larger projects, it is important not only to make sure that involve public funding or public land or both, to make sure that there is broad awareness of the projects in the community and to test whether there is broad awareness?
Yeah. And I think W Moda's a classic example. I attended 18 public meetings on that project, including the charrette downtown, which actually they couldn't put any more people in the room. So that's a good one. What happened before with the element was totally wrong. You know, and we learned from that.
So I tend to look to the example of aviation communication, where we're not just talking about the weather or what, well, we might be talking about the weather, but we're not chit-chatting. We communicate something out, and then it's echoed back to verify that it, in fact, what the person heard is what was sent out. So what you told me is we had an outgoing message. WMOTA had a bazillion meetings and whatnot. What I asked is the importance of testing. Does the community, are they aware of the things? And my question is, do you think that's important?
I think it's very important. And I think the community is pretty much aware of what this project is.
Okay, I disagree, but
I know you do. I know we're going to disagree on that. Yeah. I don't think you're going to like anything coming out of my mouth on this one, but
well, I just think it's important.
Yeah, no, I agree. I hear what you're saying.
To test it, because people say, well, we made a lot of effort. That's fine, but did it work? Did it get the information out? And my answer is no, it clearly did not.
Thank you. Ms. May.
Whoops. I mean, for the record, do you know that where the CRA gets its funding from and what its boundaries are?
Yeah, I know the boundaries. It's basically, up and down Lake and Lucerne, goes up and down Dixie. It stops right in, the edge of downtown, doesn't go over to the beach. But that's pretty much in general what it is.
Mhm.
And it's deferred, it's taxes that normally would have gone to the city on CRA land, divert back to the CRA for funding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Segridge.
Thank you. What are your thoughts on of having clawback clauses in any kind of land that the CRA sells to a developer for a specific purpose? Being able to retake the land if they don't achieve the goal.
I think that's something that we should consider if we don't like what they're doing, if you want to do a clawback. But I haven't really heard where we've had an example of that. We're not sure.
We've had several where we did not enforce them.
Okay. I mean, I could say something. I'm tired of seeing pictures of the empty Vanilla Ice building with,
Well, we have the CRA.
Sorry.
It's my turn. We have been very aggressive with affordable housing, has really been the focus of the CRA. Have you thought of any alternative uses for CRA funds other than just directly creating affordable housing, other things that could help perhaps the downtown?
Oh, I think, what we're doing, the signage program, the build out program. I think we should do some marketing of our city. I mean, we have when you go up and down the coast, we're it. We got this one part that's not going to be built up massively. We have a charming city, and we need to go sell that and market what we are. Not what we want, what somebody else wants us to be, but what we are. And that's what makes Lake Works so unique. When you go from Miami to Jupiter, we are unique.
Beyond signing grants and facade grants and things like that, have you ever thought of anything more substantive financially that the CRA could contribute to downtown?
Well, I think, the streets, what you're doing right now over on the west end there, I think it's D and C Street that you're paving that. Please do First Street south. It's minefields, not in the district.
It's the worst. I've been
Madam
trying.
Mayor, that's 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I've been screaming about that for at least 5 years. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for applying. Next up is Bunny Rivera.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi,
Thank
how
you
are
for
you?
your time. I appreciate that very much.
Yes.
So, are we ready? So, I am president of my neighborhood association, Royal Poinciana. I am secretary of NAPC. Very, very excited to be part of any board that would have me. Recently was nominated for a position on Friends of the Library for Lake Worth, and we're excited to celebrate Cindy Ansell's retirement. So we're doing that. And I'm excited to possibly be a part of the CRA. As we all know, our community in what we call Little Guatemala for short. My neighborhood, our neighborhood, Royal Poinciana, it could use a lot of love. Not only just, our infrastructure, but also our small businesses. We did recently, our neighborhood ran a taco crawl, is what we called it, and brought a lot of business to the local small businesses. And, they could use a lot more love, a lot more.
Madam Mayor, that's 1 minute.
Oh, thank you. You have 1 minute.
yeah.
Now our turn. Ms. Noble.
I'm not going to ask you the same question I asked everybody else, so I know the answer. However, same thing from Ms. I asked Mr. Richter, would you be in favor of the CRA not sunsetting and putting the financial investment into doing a study to see where the CRA needs to be and redrawing the boundaries for that?
No sunset. No sunset. No.
Be in favor of whatever it takes to not sunset.
Absolutely.
I'm not putting words in your mouth, I'm just-
Yes, absolutely.
I knew you were going to be a lawyer. So it's called the Findings and Necessity Study, and the CRA did
Right.
speak about this at the last meeting. So this is not something that I'm just pointing out.
Correct.
Because obviously the CRA was downtown for
Mhm.
the infrastructure and development that needed to be there in the redevelopment. But as you just mentioned, the CRA is needed in a lot more places in the city.
Absolutely.
So you would support not sunsetting.
Absolutely. 100%.
Mr. McFoy.
There's been a lot of development west of Dixie in the area that you mentioned. How do you see the CRA helping those small businesses? I mean, you've indicated there's a need, and I would agree with that. Do you have any specifics in mind?
I think that what could be done is help with marketing in terms of the businesses. So if we have for instance, like Chia Vegana and Dominican Spot and all those places that don't even have parking for their businesses, they could use a lot more help with marketing, just, because that's what I do as for a living. I do social media marketing. And when I see a business that doesn't even have parking spots for their businesses, they could use all the help they can get, because we are a walkable town. Great. Awesome. But, they could use all the help they can get. And all we can do at this point, because they don't even have any parking spots, is some marketing possibly.
Do you think it's realistic that, say, the El Salvadorian restaurant in the plaza near D Street, the one that's the furthest west one, if it were to market, do you think they would expand their audience to anybody who currently goes east of Dixie?
I mean, that's up to the audience, that we market to. But marketing does do a huge difference especially in this community. I see it every day. I look up what is happening with the restaurant that I have partial ownership in, which is Lilo's Street Food and Bar. And every day I open up the audience and look at what's happening. And, you see the difference. Even the sales are corroborative to, how much we're seeing the audience collaborate. So yeah, there definitely would be some kind of difference in marketing for sure.
Thank you. Ms. May.
But then I got sucked into Chris's question. I think my question was, do you think, oh, I know what it was. Are you aware of the current marketing campaign going on with that CRA is doing right now? And can you explain it?
I am currently somewhat aware, but I know that they did something with like Dominican Spot and one of the other restaurants. Oh, El Rocon nearby. Yes. I know that they did do something recently, which I'm so glad to see. That was great. And right before that, with our taco crawl for Royal Poinciana, we worked with them too. Mm-hmm. But yes, it is really great to see that.
So currently they're doing a campaign called Find Your Flavor, Find It Downtown. And they have really struggled to get restaurants to market themselves through the CRA.
Right.
And let it be downtown or west of
Right.
Dixie, which to me, it's one big downtown, you know,
It is.
and I think that do you see a marketing campaign? Well, I mean, obviously not, because you go downtown every day and there's signs up everywhere and you didn't even see it.
Well,
So that's
like I said, I work with Lilos. That's
right, but
we
they're part
Parks
of it,
Solution,
that's
and
what's
we
weird.
have we have their signs up also at our restaurant.
Mhm.
But I think that
I mean, how would you get the businesses to participate with the campaigns of the CRA?
that all comes down to feet on the ground, working directly with the person that owns the business, right? So what
Madam
I
Mayor?
would do as a social media manager.
Okay, so,
Yeah, that's 5 minutes.
okay, we're gonna go a minute or two over. Mr. Segridge?
Thank you. You said that you'd be glad to serve on any board. Have you considered the EDU or planning and zoning?
Planning and zoning.
Yeah.
I have not considered it. No.
Thanks.
I'm assuming by Ms. Maliga's remark that you do go to the CRA meetings. And I think I've seen you at some of them.
Yes.
Would you, the CRA has used a lot of their money for affordable housing. It's been obviously a big push and a big concern. But there are other ways that CRAs can help small businesses. Sometimes there are rent payments or helping to fund an incubator, business incubator, that sort of thing. Would you be willing to sort of look a little bit broader rather than just the affordable housing?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. I think we're over time now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Daniel Oleski. I know, everything's public.
Good afternoon, Dan Waleski.
I know the format.
I've heard some of the questions. I'll answer some of them. So I'm very familiar with CRAs. I work with affordable housing. My primary occupation, I am a licensed general contractor, but I also serve as the vice president and an officer of Sun Foundation, which is a not-for-profit developer. We focus on affordable housing. We've currently been awarded $13 million from Palm Beach County for projects in Palm Beach County. So Mangonia Park, we have 140 unit affordable housing that's being built there. And we recently got an additional award of $11.5 million for a project in Riviera Beach. So my primary responsibility with my employment is putting together development pro formas. So I hire the architects. I go through planning and zoning. We get all the approvals, the entitlements. I put together the operating pro formas. I put together the financial applications, the grant applications. I review the economic feasibility, construction numbers, negotiate all the contracts, and am responsible for delivering the affordable housing. So I know very well exactly what the CRA does, what its intent is, and I can review those development pro formas, understand them quickly, understand what the need is, gap financing requirements. In terms of things that the CRA can do, Madam Mayor, I don't know if you remember, but there was a workshop over on the beach probably 3-4 years ago in which I made a comment about using CRA money to designate projects as local area of opportunity, which allows them to go after 9% tax credits. And at that time, the CRA had not been doing that. The CRA is now doing that. And we have 2 large affordable
Madam
housing
Mayor,
projects
that's 1
happening
minute.
because of that. That's one of the ways to leverage other financing.
Thank you. Which 2 projects?
Sorry, the Madison Terrace, Madison
Yeah.
Terrace. Yeah. So they were awarded LGAO funding from the CRA, which enabled them to go after 9% funding.
Mm.
And prior to that, the CRA had never been doing that. They weren't, only the county. You could apply for the county for LGAO funding, but you couldn't get it here
You said
locally.
2 projects. You said 2 projects.
The north and south.
Oh,
So
okay. Ms. Maliga.
You're currently still serving on the planning and zoning board.
I am. You did just add a very experienced person. Like I honestly, if you had not recently added some experience to that board, I probably would have not made this application, but I think you have a good, strong board No.
Yeah, that's, so what, is this the only other board that you'd be interested in as a CRA besides planning and zoning?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McGurk, boy.
Talk a little bit about, you're obviously very knowledgeable about affordable housing. You're very knowledgeable about CRAs in general and so on. And you're certainly knowledgeable about Lake Worth as a community and why it's different from other places and so on. How do you see the CRA, the downtown area, especially Lake and Lucerne, as different? And what do you see as things to do to differences that you think should be maintained? And how would you go about trying to do that? Or how should the CRA go about doing that if you think there are things that are worth maintaining or things that are worth changing?
I think the CRA has a role in that, but obviously they're not exclusively responsible for that. Planning and zoning has a lot to say in what can and cannot be built. We have areas of our downtown that are governed by historic, and we have areas that are not. There are some pretty large carve outs within the downtown area that are not part of a historic area. And so really, the vision that we all collectively have for the downtown needs to be very clear, and the CRA should act towards that. I don't think the CRA should have a different vision than what the city has. And I think that, to be perfectly honest, I think that the WMOTA, because we own that, so that effectively is our project that shows what we want. I believe that the downtown in particular should stay somewhat lower height. I think that there's a really nice walkable feel about the downtown. I think the downtown provides a very good kind of almost entertainment district opportunity where we have people coming from the rest of the county to support businesses, not just from out of state tourism, but obviously local people that just want a good night out. And I think Lake Worth has that opportunity. I think West Palm Beach is growing, is becoming bigger. Delray has chaos and traffic. I think Lake Worth provides this really beautiful space for that. And I don't want to see that lost. I understand the need for putting housing in the downtown area, but I don't want to lose the feel of the downtown by putting it right up against the downtown. Somebody told me at one point that I was wrong and that I wanted kind of a canyon. They say, you don't want this kind of pillar in the downtown, but I kind of like the canyon. I like it, like our downtown almost being like Central Park where you can walk around. We have parades. It's like a really nice feel. I don't know how we necessarily preserve that, but I think that as developments come in, you have to look at them individually and look at their strengths and weaknesses and try to find things that, respect the character of the downtown while doing what a CRA is intended to do, which is, provide economic redevelopment.
Thank you, Ms. May.
I've actually heard what I needed to hear. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Segridge?
What are your thoughts on clawback clauses within contracts for land that the CRA sells?
They're part of my everyday life. You've got land use restriction agreements that are enforced. You have declaration of restricted covenants. You have financing agreements. And typically there's positions to those. So you have subordinate financing agreement where, you wouldn't necessarily have foreclosure right over the primary mortgage, but 100% the city should have. You might have to foreclose on something. It's not just like we take it back, because typically you're not going to be able to get any financing, but absolutely there should be clauses in there that require the performance based on what you were told when they acquired the property. There should be metrics tied to performance, and there should be repercussions if they don't meet those. And those are not abnormal. Those are relatively standard within the industry.
Thank you. In terms of funding that this year, we've been very focused on affordable housing downtown. But we have a downtown in the city. We've been CRA district, but we have a downtown that is we're wringing our hands and saying, what can we do about the downtown? Would you consider putting a bigger percentage of the funding into helping new businesses come in? Some places have rent subsidies to get business started, that sort of thing. Would that be something you'd consider to sort of pay more attention to the actual downtown businesses?
I think having some, I think you're talking about kind of either startup finance, I would rather see that in some form of financing where it's repaid over time as opposed to kind of grants. I do think there's always an opportunity for that. the devil's in the details, always
Of
is.
course,
And so
the CRA could do a loan, which would be paid.
absolutely, yeah. And I think things like that are appropriate. I think things, strengthening the parts of your community that you can strengthen. I think fighting for those members of the community instead of kind of trying to always, resist things is support the things, water the seeds that you want to see grow. I think there's a really good opportunity for the CRA to do some more small scale things like that.
And how do you feel about the Wilmota project?
I think that the project as a whole is a good project. I think that it has gotten very complicated in being tied to the parking garage. I feel like the parking garage is something. I've been in Lake Worth now. I've owned my house for 25 years here in Lake Worth. And when I first moved here, there was talk of a parking garage. And 25 years later, we're still talking about a parking garage. I think that a parking garage at that time, it was going to be, I believe, on the lot that was right behind or next to Lucerne. That was actually at one point a city-owned property. Going to be a parking garage 20 plus years ago.
5 minutes.
Okay. If you have, if you can finish, you want to.
But I don't really like the relocation of the 2 historic homes over there. I think a lot of I have not seen an operating pro forma, and as a developer, that's what I want to see is what's the operating pro forma? How are you paying the bills on this? What are those houses going to be used for? Are they going to be commercial properties? Is the budgets right now reflecting commercial rebuild or residential rebuild? There's a lot of issues. And if it's going to be used as a city resource, well, now you've got an operating cost for operating that. You have a small, there's this kind of desire to consolidate city resources as opposed to spread them out. So I'm not sure if that makes sense. And I just haven't really heard with regards to those 2 houses. I think the parking garage, again, we've needed it for years. My opinion is kind of build it to the entire extent of that lot. I've heard an argument that those are intentional to be placed there because we want to lower down the elevations coming towards that street. And yet WMOTA, which is presumably one of the reasons that's pushing this forward, is not dropping its height to single story on that road. So I find that argument to be not really plausible, because if we want low rise transitioning to that neighborhood, then we would want it everywhere on that street, not just the one place where we have to move it. And I guess lastly, those 2 houses, I think that financial responsibility, if that is part of the requirements for WMOTA approval, that they should find a place to relocate. If those houses have to be relocated, they can buy some other property and relocate them to vacant lots.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And last but not least is Harry Boland. Hello? You're, who is she? Who is she?
Yeah, you. I didn't know if I needed to sign. No, we got you. No, you're not. We're just behind. All right. Let me go. Yeah. You're not.
Oh, for the.
Ellen and Jane.
Good evening.
You know the program.
I've been here for a little bit. Actually applied last year and was appointed to the board. And when the straws got drawn, I got the 1-year term instead of the 3-year term. So I am back in front of you again today. Almost completed my first year as a member of the CRA. It's been a learning opportunity to see how things function here. Been a pretty quick study, but up to speed with it. I think I've made a contribution that's been very positive to the board and would like to continue my role for a full term.
With my questions. Mr. Rick, go ahead, big boy.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about how do you see a value in protecting the historic elements of the downtown? I'm sure you're aware that South Florida in general is heavily under development pressure. I'm sure you're aware that one of our differences is that we are a good deal more historical just by when we were founded than many other communities. Please don't interrupt. Thank you. Please don't interrupt. How would you, do you see a value in that? And how would you go about protecting those elements if you do see a value in them? Well, I think someone made a comment earlier in the evening. It's a shared vision with CRA, with the city, with planning and zoning, having to come together to reach an agreement on what we all as collectively believe is where we want to take the city and our visions forward. Obviously, there is a very great value in some of the cool historic elements that are downtown, that are throughout the city. The cottages, I mean, not just in the downtown, but throughout the city. So there's a great value in maintaining those and supporting those. A lot of the infrastructure work, the business grants to support build outs, help people with those historic properties be able to maintain them. When you have an old building, it's a completely different situation than when you're just redoing a building that's modern and just needs to be cleaned up a little bit.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. May.
I'm going to waive my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sigrid.
Would you be open to other boards such as the planning and zoning or historic board?
I hadn't really ever thought about it. My background is economic development. My background has been with TIF districts. We don't have those, but in other communities that I've lived in CRA. So hadn't really looked into serving any of those boards, but my role is to support our community. And so if there's a sense of, Harry, we need you here, I'd be willing to listen. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll waive my question. Mr. Boyd, we got to keep going.
Madam Mayor, I would just like to raise something. It's my understanding that there were two people currently serving on the CRA whose terms expire in August. Mr. Rowland is one. And my understanding is that one of them who did not apply was not informed by the CRA of the need to reapply. The person assumed that if you were on and hadn't expressed an interest in getting off, that you would continue. Apparently was not informed. I think it would be, but I'm told that that person is interested in continuing to serve, as Mr. Wallen expressed also. I'm not aware of any concerns about their service on the board. I think it would be prudent for us to consider listening to the person and consider that it's kind of a problem that they were not informed by the.
I have no idea, but I mean, Mr. Wallen is on the board and he was notified. I don't know how people were notified.
I don't know that either, but my understanding is Ms. Kerner was not notified and was not aware that she needed to reapply. So I think unless somebody has some particular difficulty with their service on the board for 4 years, that we give them an opportunity to see if, hear about them and see whether we want to ask them the same questions of anybody else. That would be my suggestion. For the benefit of our community, that you have experience on the board, and it's a person who has considerable experience in civic engagement.
Made your case.
So I'm formally
asking
asking
what you're asking for. I'm looking to the commission. I mean, there was no application. It was certainly advertised as, I don't know. What do you want to do?
I'm fine. I don't know why she wouldn't have been notified when there was a termination. I don't know how Harry knew and she didn't, like you just said. I don't know if it was confusion from when we changed the rules that you serve at the pleasure, but now you have an expiration date. So I am impartial. I can, if she's here and wants to give a 1 minute speech, I don't know what kind of trouble legal. I'm going to lean onto you right now so we don't get in a pickle. You can do that.
That's all right.
Well, that's what she lives for.
According to your code for appointment of members to your city boards and committees, there is, when there are vacancies, that the applications are posted in positions that are available are posted on the city's website, remain posted until filled, and individuals interested in becoming a member of a board must complete and submit an application form on the city's website.
And I'm assuming that the vacancies, Madam Clerk, I'm assuming that the vacancies were posted, that there were 2 vacancies because of the terms coming up. Is that
correct? Correct, Madam
And
Mayor.
all the members of the education board were notified that they had to reapply because I called them and asked.
So in this case, there isn't a vacancy. There is
Well, there is.
will be one, but there is no vacancy at
Well,
this point.
Two terms that have
And-
expired.
And my understanding, I'm not there and I'm not the person receiving or transmitting the information, but my understanding is the person was not informed.
But it would have been
that
helpful
person-
to not have you come up when we're doing these. I mean, if this person was aware that this, I mean.
The person was not aware.
Well.
They were not informed. So, like I say, I appreciate that Commissioner Malega is, I guess, impartial, open to hearing. I think it wouldn't hurt us to hear. And,
Yeah.
I understand, but I mean, she's here.
Yes, come on. I mean, no.
bread and butter.
Is there a pickle? I hope not. Hey, sorry, everybody. I really apologize. I would have applied had I known. Thank you, Commissioner McVoy. So I've served for the last 4 years. My name is Donna Kerner, 1012 North J Street, Lake Worth Beach, 33460. I've served for 4 years. I'm a member in good standing. I'm well prepared. I'm well informed. I contribute extensively at meetings. I think I serve, I don't have vested interests, and I serve a large swath of the population here in Lake Worth Beach. I'm very involved in community activities, neighborhood association, and I believe in the mission of the CRA. I believe in what we're doing. I've been involved in lots of this, the affordable housing programs, the grant programs, which I think personally it's for, of course, affordable housing really has been a priority for me, but I really appreciate what the CRA has been doing with the grant program, the infrastructure and the signage. I think that really, really helps. Wish we even had more funding for that. I could speak more extensively, but let me know in terms of what you think you'd like to hear from me. I'd like to continue. It really, I was noting all the past and the current projects that I've been involved in, and Jacoba Creative, Find Your Flavor, the current one, and certainly there's more that we can be doing. But I think in terms of the revitalization, derelict buildings, improving the look of the downtown, it's still a lots more needs to get done. We know WMODA, we know like the large, high value projects, but in terms of really revitalizing the downtown, I think it, as you were saying, Mayor, that sort of eluded all of us. How do we really go
Madam
about
Mayor?
doing that?
Yep, that's a minute.
That's a minute. And Mrs. Kerner does not currently have an active application. We only keep them on file for a year, so she needs to resubmit an application for the city for consideration, as we do not have an active application for her.
Put us in a very awkward spot.
A pickle.
Well, I won't say that she did. I mean,
Whatever happened.
if there was a conversation or communication error, I just wish that we would have known earlier than you walking in and us finding out.
The
That's all.
interviews were advertised.
I apologize. I didn't receive an email.
Okay, so I have a question for you.
Sure.
Thank you for wanting to continue to serve. Thank you for being on the board. I do know that you travel a lot and you've been able to make the majority of the meetings, so I appreciate that. I have asked a question, and I don't know if you were in the room when I asked it about the right now we're set to sunset with the CRA.
Mhm.
And we had a conversation, or the board did, I should say,
Sure.
at the last CRA board meeting, it was brought up that you may want to start looking at the findings and necessity study and possibly redistricting the CRA or expanding its boundaries. Would you still support that?
Yes, I would. I know we've budgeted for the blight study
Okay.
in the
thank you.
last meeting.
Mr. McCoy.
Do you feel that from your knowledge of the composition of the board right now, do you feel that there's pretty substantial representation of professional expertise in the areas of, say, architecture, real estate, those, and that that's not your area? Your area is more civic engagement in communities, which I'm guessing is not as strongly represented at this point. Is that an accurate assessment?
I'm not 100% sure about that, Commissioner McVoy, but I think it's like it's always good. I think part of the mission of the CRA is to have an ear to what the community is actually wanting and saying. This is a cooperation with residents, business owners, and city government. So I think we do definitely need to have more of a balance with the community and community engagement and small businesses. We have, realtors, and we have an attorney on the board.
So your understanding would be that you occupy a space that's not overly occupied at the moment.
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. May?
First, thank you so much for serving 4 years straight. That's quite a commitment. And I know that you are at the majority of the meetings, if not all of them. So I appreciate your service and I have no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you consider the EDU board?
As in education?
Yes.
Yeah, I would.
Thank you. The CRA has, as you know, mostly focused on affordable housing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking at our downtown and thinking we need more than sign. And I'm in my thought, I'm thinking we need more than like
Signage
stuff, right? We need real help. And there doesn't, that seems to be kind of a difficult missing link. Would you be open to considering taking more of the funds, even if it means taking some funds away from affordable housing and putting it into downtown businesses? Would you?
Yeah, I mean, I was listening to some of the conversation, the questions in terms of business incubators and subsidies to attract other businesses. Yes, I do. But as I was saying earlier, I think it's like, how do we get investors to come in and take a risk on the city, and also knowing that that's a hard fit so many times, especially it's the kind of the glaring thing where we have so many businesses that are that with the shuttered up. So how do we attract more people to take a risk on Lake Worth Beach? As we just had the brothers who came from Miami Beach. That's extraordinary. I wish there were others who would do the same thing. We have, I won't drone on, but we have really large properties, 7,000 square feet. We have the other ones that the CRAs had invested in and just hasn't made it. But I think part of that is, how do we revitalize, and how do we have people take a risk and invest here?
Well,
and make it more attractive.
They're really excited about the city.
Yeah.
Talking to people. It's like the first infusion of smart, successful people that
Exactly.
They don't want high rises. They understand the city. So thank you very much for serving.
Thank you.
For replying. Sorry about who knows?
Sorry about the pickle.
I call it a
kerfuffle. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Be well.
Okay. Now we're moving on to the EABs, folks that have asked for the EAB, and first up is Rebecca Gilmartin. The format is pretty much, you have a minute to tell us who you are and why you want to do it, and then we ask you questions.
Okay, I'm Rebecca Gilmartin. I live at 714 North L Street. And after last time I was here, I spoke with Ms. May about the position for the education board. So that's what I'm applying for volunteer position. My background's been 20 years of teaching. I'm a teacher now. I've been involved Pleasant City Elementary. Yes. I've been involved in the Street Art Painting Festival for the last 5 years with students. I've also, when I was at University of Florida, I coordinated a family event where families came in, they used recycled materials and created adornment, and it's kind of like a nice little community event that I did there. I could give you a whole list, and I brought my resume if you'd like to see that. And I didn't know what I was supposed to upload on your website. So I do have my resume if you need it. And also you could go to my website, RebeccaGilmartin.com, and you would see the little family event that I coordinated, University of Florida, 10 years ago. It's been a while. But anyway, I'm just here. I'd like to help with improving communication with the schools and the city. I'm for revitalizing the downtown as well. And so for so many things, as we talked about, and making it more family oriented businesses, as well as, for a variety of people coming downtown. And the overarching theme
Madam
that I
Mayor,
would have is what can be healthy. What is healthy? What is a That's what my
Subjective, but
overarching,
It's a good idea.
yes. And a professional view of the city, professional. My brother is an architect, by the way.
Okay.
He worked with,
That's interesting.
yes.
Miss Malika.
But anyway, any
Thanks
questions?
for,
All right.
I see.
Okay,
Chose, great, but are you open to all the schools?
sure. No problem.
Mr. McBoy?
You, I'm sure, are aware as a teacher that
Yes.
the city has pretty much no budget for schools. How
Mhm.
do you see a board, or what opportunity do you see for the board to improve education at the schools?
I basically would come in and find communication between, the principal of the school or what problems they're having to present to the board for the community that they are in. Are they safe? Are we promoting safe, healthy environments for these schools? Basically, did I answer your question? Maybe?
Well, the question was a little fuzzy. What do you
Okay.
think, since you asked about North Grade, what do you think about a community garden across from North Grade?
I think that's awesome.
No, it's gone.
No, I think that should be still there.
Good-
If it's
good
gone.
there.
Anything, like I said, overarching is health and safety would be
Gone.
my lesson plan, actually.
You-
Oh, a couple of years. Okay, Ms. Kay.
Anything else?
Yes, one of the problems that the schools have acknowledged that they're suffering with is attendance.
Mhm, okay.
We also do have some funding for the Education Advisory Board, and I'm totally just throwing it out there. So if you don't know, then just say I don't know. But
Yeah.
it's a way that the city could invest in some sort of way to incentivize attendance.
Maybe a family event, bring an art, the family event that I had at the Harm Museum. I mean, families come in, families are having fun and see education as a fun place to be.
Okay. thank you.
Possibly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Segbert?
It's an idea.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Mhm.
Will you be able to attend the monthly SAC meetings?
Once a month.
Mhm.
Yes.
Plus the education board meeting, there'd be two, the
Two
student activity.
nights.
Student, yeah.
Okay. Sure. Yes. I'm very excited about the pool idea that you mentioned at the high school.
Well,
I would be in full support of that.
thank you. Is that it, Mr. Segbert? Okay, so some schools have more interaction with parents and things than
Mhm.
others. One of the schools that I've been made aware of is Barton Elementary at the south end, which is like isolated geographically. And apparently there's very little, so would you be willing to take on a challenge?
Sure.
Because one of the problems that we have with schools in town is, our kids many of them are from hardworking agricultural people, there's not the sort of basic concept of going to parent meetings and stuff like that.
Right.
Would you see that as something that you could work on?
Yes. Sure. Okay.
Thank you for applying.
Okay.
Thank you how long have you been in the city?
5 years,
5
I
years.
think. Yeah.
Welcome.
2018.
Yeah.
And I would love to help in any other way,
Great. Thank
you know.
You'd be one of the women from Elster. I'm on South L. There's a whole
Oh, really?
group of women from L.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up is Alan Nosworthy. Hi, 1 minute and then we have 4.
Hi, Alan Nosworthy, 11 2nd Avenue South, Lake Worth Beach. About 5, maybe 6 years ago, I was standing right here when what was called Education Task Force was first being put together. And I've been with the task force. I've been with the task force ever since. I work at Palm Beach State College as a literature instructor and a composition instructor. This is why my face looks like this today.
You've read a few things.
I've read a few things. That's okay. It's all good. I also sit on a I'll call it a fundraising board. It's called Music and Arts. And we raise funds for Lake Worth Beach School's music and arts programs. And I could go on and on and on. The point I'm trying to make here is I'm heavily invested in education in as many parts of my life as I can be invested in it. And I would like to continue on with the work that I've contributed to the task force for education here in Lake Worth Beach up to this point.
Thank you. Speaking of Barton Elementary, is that where you are now?
I was going to comment on that. Is it okay if I comment on it? Yeah, Barton's mine a little bit.
Sorry, Barton.
It's really okay. And there are a number of reasons why we've seen a decrease in parental involvement, and we are actively working on
I would
changing
love
that.
to sit down and talk with you about that. Okay.
Same here.
Yeah, Ms. Malega.
Thank you for being on the board and reapplying. And Barton is near and dear to my heart. I have a lot of connections to Barton through For the Children and Miss Reggie and Miss Trudy and the love that they put into that school. So I know that one thing about kids of that demographic and age group is consistency. And I personally want to say thank you for being that consistent face there for the Educational Task Force. And I know that we have a lot of problems with attendance. And those are things that sometimes are outside of our grasp. But if you could do anything for Barton Elementary that you think would improve, like the last question was asked to Rebecca, what do you think the city could support in all of the schools to engage the parents or engage more of the students?
Make that 75,000 that's targeted at retention and graduation and attendance, make that evergreen.
Yeah.
Right during budget. Why did I ask that question? Thank you.
Silly you. Mr. McCoy.
Do you, at first, thank you for serving on it. 5 years is a long time to do it, and I appreciate the perseverance and dedication to it. Do you feel like you have a pretty good insight into some of the reasons that families are not, that attendance isn't what we would like it to be and what would be good for the kids and their education? Do you feel you have enough insight into that there is some hope of trying to push that upward, and that the education board this board and your board might have some hope at moving the needle on that?
Initially, the Education Task Force was put together as it was supposed to be a voice for the principals and the schools, to bridge any gaps that might exist between local government and the schools themselves. The question you're asking is a little bit tricky only for this reason. The people who know the schools best are always the principals and the people working with them every day. From day to day, things change, and they change very quickly. So I wouldn't want to say, I know best what to do for Barton, or I know best what to do for South, or any of the schools. I can say I do have a good relationship with the principal at Barton and a fairly good relationship with all of the principals at the schools. Good enough to go and ask them, where are we at now? And they are best suited to answer your question. So I feel like after the years have passed up to this point, what I'm best suited for is reflecting the needs of the school I'm responsible for. In this case, it's Barton.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, Ms. May.
Well, I was originally on the task force with Alan, and he's fabulous, and I have no questions because I know what a great job he does. So
All right.
I'm going to pass.
Thank you, Mr. Segridge.
Thank you for the outstanding work you've been doing.
Thank you. What are you teaching right now? What literature? Where are you with your students? I'm just curious.
We just finished reading Jack London's To Build a Fire, and we compared it to moments in our life where being stubborn ended up getting us to a not great place.
I love that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for serving and wanting to continue. And Jay Slate. Slippy.
Yes, I've heard worse stuff.
Oh, you know, I have glasses on. Sorry about that.
I've heard worse. So I'm Jay Silpy. I've been on the Education Task Force for 5 years. I guess since it started, it's about 5 years ago. I do not.
You pull the mic a little closer.
Yeah, I'm much shorter than Alan. I'll also say I'm just back from Chicago where I sucked in all the fire air.
my
And
God.
so I'm coughing and hoarse. So I've been on the education force since Mimi was there at the beginning. And I do not live in town. I'm a business owner in town. I am on a life member of the Cornell University Council. I'm on the local Red Cross. I'm vice chair of the American Red Cross for Palm Beach and Treasure Coast. I do disaster. I'm also a disaster action team member. So throughout Lake Worth and all of Palm Beach County, I'm one of the volunteers for the Red Cross to go to home fires. I am also the community chair of the community outreach for the Red Cross. So I'm working with the Guatemala Mayan Center and a lot of the other local charities. So I feel like I have a pretty good pulse of some of the things going on. And so I don't know if you guys have any other questions.
Well, we'll find out.
All right, let's see.
Megan.
That's a lot.
It is. Yeah.
That's a lot. And
Yeah.
here you are again before us to
Yeah.
stay on the education task force.
Yeah.
And
I got to see something through.
Do you have any children in any of our schools? I forgot that question.
My kids are now out of the school system. They are older. They're 19 and 23,
Okay.
but they did go through the public school system. They went to Bach, both of them, and then one went to Dreyfus.
Okay. And you're with Lake Worth High right now
Correct.
as their liaison?
Right. I've been the liaison for all 5 years for
Okay,
Lakewood
thank you.
High.
Mr. McCoy?
Thank you for your service, and
Absolutely.
I owe you an email.
Yeah.
Jay's collectively trying to get me to do some more service in a different direction.
Get him another job. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about a
That's
job,
what you
but
need.
some more service, and I'm behind on that. But maybe I'll ask a similar question to Alan. First, thank you very much for serving on it for 5 years, for being persistent and wanting to continue. That's a good sign for me. Do you see room and do you see ways for the city, even though we do, it's a very separate institution, the school board's their own
Oh, yeah.
thing, we're our own thing, communities are separate here. Do you see ways to either through the education board leverage the school board a little bit to try to get some things to help out more, or leverage us as a municipal board to help move the needle a little bit further on?
Yeah, so I know I've got a good relationship with Erica Whitfield, even though she's not going to be there, I guess, after this term. And we've talked about things like the 2-mile radius for the school buses, which is when we brought together all of the attendance officers for all of the schools as a group. We brought them together. We bought them lunch in the office behind you, and we tried to get. We spent 1 hour discussing what are your top 5 issues with attendance. And then the next hour, what are all of you doing about it? So that we could see what the best practices were. And their eyes were opened, and they now understood what was going on throughout their community because they had never met before. And so, there are things that we can do. Erica Whitfield, I've talked to her about the 2-mile radius for school busing and the problems that come out of that, which is one of the major reasons that we have attendance issues, is just the busing issue. The kids don't want to walk to school in the heat and show up sweaty. They don't want to walk in the rain. They have to drop their siblings off, their younger siblings at one school, walk there, and then walk to the high school. So they're late. I talked to the principal at the high school. She has, there is some type of a daycare at the high school, although the principal is not there anymore. So we've also talked to Erica about getting a bus to go from the high school to the elementary schools and the middle school so that they could just all of them walk to the high school gather all the younger kids together and then bus them to the other schools.
Especially smaller, but or
Right.
some of the right there.
So there are a lot of things that we can do, and having a good relationship with the school board is important. And she said, let's put it on hold because at the time, all the times of the school starts were up in the air. And I think that's settling down now. I think they've got the schools when they're, so I guess we would be able to bring that up again once we move forward.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. May.
I mean, I am going to say the same thing I said about Alan. I mean, I love you and you're doing a great job. And
Thank you.
We love the conservation of time.
Thank you for all the great work you've been doing.
Thank you.
What do you think about the pool, the joint effort between the school board and the city to get a pool on A Street?
I think that it would be great. And my wife and I would absolutely love to have a pool on A Street. It would be fantastic. I just hope we can get the money for it.
Right, that's what we're working on right now. Have you met the new principal?
I have not met the new principal yet because there's no meetings through the summer.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to introduce myself as well to her. I forget her name, but she came
I haven't met her.
from Palm Springs, no, middle school.
Yeah.
And she has a very good reputation. And we're gonna, I'm involved with the band a lot and all that stuff.
Big shoes to fill.
Big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
We were very happy for her and sad for us.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the service that you, because I know you've been very active with the school, and thank you for wanting to continue to serve.
Absolutely.
Have a great evening.
And I will tell you, are all invited to Dave's Last Resort, July 29th for the Red Cross. I sent you all invitations
yes,
and you're
you
all welcome to come. So have a good evening.
Thank you. You do the
Thank
same.
you.
Yeah.
Yes, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, she's a good one. She's got a good rep. That concludes the interviews for the boards. Do you want to take a little break?
Sure. Well, it depends because everything's open. So there's actually 7 vacancies.
I guess if we wanted to.
If we wanted to do that, I don't see a reason for that.
Or do they do, just a random question, do they meet as a board and then decide who goes to what school?
I would think that would probably be the most
Yes.
prudent.
Discuss-
Yeah.
That's what, like,
Yeah.
I think that should be amongst them.
Yeah.
So this is just to show us the schools.
Exactly.
Okay.
And they're
I thought they
interested
wanted-
in continuing at that school.
I thought they wanted us to fill in on my ad.
No.
Madam Mayor, I
Yeah.
had just a question for you guys.
Sure.
In going through the interviews, there were several people who we interviewed for the CRA board who said that they might express interest in the EDU board. Can we have staff reach out to them? I've got a list of 5 here and just basically say, hey, would you officially be interested in the EDU board? It entails 1 SAC meeting a month and 1 board meeting a month, and see, because right now we've got 3 candidates for the EDU board, which needs 7. And if we could pull over some of the other candidates, we could fill that board.
Two.
No, that's
No.
CRM.
It's a typo. It's a typo. It's a typo. It needs 7.
So
Because we apparently we effectively disbanded the old,
because they have to do the
start over again.
form.
Yeah.
Also, sometimes some of the members were not interested in serving on a sunshine board.
Right, that's, okay, so scratch the 2 vacancies, that's not accurate.
That is not
Correct.
accurate.
We have
There are
7.
Seven.
vacancies.
Thank you.
Well, okay. There you go. So it's 6:29. Do we want to take a break before we start? All right.
And we're gonna tell everybody tomorrow.
So we can have staff reach out.
Tomorrow.
We are having a meeting on code if you'd like to stay, Rebecca, because I know you love talking about code.
Mimi, do you support having staff reach out?
Well, Steve, they'd be interested in the other boards.
To the
Yeah.
EDU board, yeah.
I think they all said they would, but sure.
Or just like before we go and appoint somebody. Yeah.
Anybody want a mango? Brought mango. I have an abundance of mango.
Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. And now we're going to start phase 2 of this meeting. This is a special meeting, so you can make public comment. If you would like to make public comment, just fill out a blue card and pass it on up, and we will hear you in due time. So tonight we're going to start with these presentation from staff, and then we're going to have public comment, and then we're going to chat amongst ourselves. So, staff, take it away.
For the record, William Waters, Community Sustainability Director, and I'm here with Yolanda Bryant, our Assistant Director for Code Compliance, and Barry Schultz, our Building Official, and Krista Simmons, our Administrative Head for Code, and also Bobby, and I couldn't remember your last name, I apologize. Hicks, our
they're very close.
Mental break one. And he's one of our supervisors for code. We didn't do an actual formal presentation, but what I included in the backup with assistance from Yolanda and Krista was the email that I sent out as a summary from our last meeting, and then gave you an update on all the things that we had accomplished or where we were sitting in terms of the last meeting. So if you want me to go through those, and I can answer any questions as to where we stand. I also do want to recognize our City Attorney, Elizabeth Lenahan, because we have a lot of code amendments trucking forward that you'll see either the last meeting in August or the first 2 meetings in September. And so how would you prefer to go through this very long list of items?
Well, maybe if there's an item, it's 22 items. What? Okay. Well, okay, if everyone needs to talk about each thing, some of them are pretty self-explanatory, but do you want to have them read them to us and then talk about each one?
Well, because there's no presentation, there's no way for the audience to hear what we're talking about if he doesn't read it. So yes.
Okay. That's an idea. Sure.
Is that your pleasure?
It's my pleasure.
Okay. Now, what could happen, I don't know whether if Shayla could do this for us, the backup for the agenda item includes this email. I don't know whether she could share it for everybody to see or not. Could you do that, Shayla?
And this has been on the website.
Yeah. But he doesn't have access.
Give me just a second to pull it up.
Oh, he does. It's on the website.
Yeah, everyone figured it out.
I think, I don't know. But anyway, we'll start. So the first one is probably the biggest one, and we really appreciate what you all did several weeks ago, was the elimination in the business license section that you had to have a business license in place before you could have utilities. So as part of that, we have made that change. And in furtherance of that, we have also adopted some other mechanisms in furtherance to help business license be issued and renewed in terms of co-compliance for the property owner versus whether code is in compliance and allowing a tenant to apply for a business license. You will see shortly the renewal notice is coming out. Alicia Wilson with our office and I, as well as the city manager's office, are working on some language to add to that renewal notice. And I apologize to the public that it's going to be coming out a little later than normal. They're probably going to be distributed probably by the middle or toward the end of August versus at the very end of July or 1st of August. But the payments are still due by the end of September. Number 2, we're strong with deterrent.
Wait, let's go. Ms.
Okay.
has a question.
So I do have a question. I just received, microphone on. I just received my renewal for Lantana. And one thing that I realized that we don't do that Lantana does, and I'm just wondering if you could give clarity, is they ask for an inventory amount and you have to notarize it of how much merchandise you have in inventory. And I think that's really odd. But it is part of their business license renewal is I have to fill out a form that says I have $14 or $1,400 in inventory and have it notarized. Is there
their business tax receipt schedule is likely different than ours? Because remember, ours was created in the early 1990s, late 1980s, and we have not updated it since, and we're preempted from updating it. And some cities do charge a business tax receipt on the value of inventory. There was a huge controversy over it.
So my point is you have heard, but even though we don't do it, it's not something that we're going to do in the future.
I would rather not.
Okay. I think two cities are next to each other.
Because I
doing
think
things so
Waymaker
different
Store would
things.
have a huge
Okay.
issue with us charging a tax based on their inventory.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Number two.
We're still working on some of the deterrents for operating a business without a license. Okay.
Were you finished, Mr. Waters?
I'd love to hear the suggestions.
All right, so we'll start with Ms. Milligan.
I honestly, well, there's questions if they're legal or not, but I feel as though some of the complaints that we have from residents are that some of the businesses that are bad players get away with being bad players, and there's nothing that we can do as far as having teeth. And everything from now we're not allowed to turn off their utilities or not allow them to turn their utilities on without a business license. I just feel like we're giving too much leeway right now. And I'm fearful because we already have businesses in town that we can't control. We have 180 that says we can't do things for businesses. And I just feel like we're losing grip on what is happening to the businesses downtown and what we can do for our residents. And to me, if we have a business in town that is open past the hours they're supposed to be open, or is doing things that has code violations, we just don't have any teeth. And I feel like we're giving whatever we do have away right now. Because every time I complain about a business, well, we can't do that. And it's because of A, B, or C. And it's from A, B, or C, like the vape shops. That's alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. We can't dictate what businesses other landlords are allowed to come in. We can encourage them to not sign any more leases for those businesses. But when we have businesses that are doing multiple businesses under one license, now we're going to give up having those inspections. I'm not very comfortable with a lot of the language that we've been striking from code. I'm one of the people who tries to work with code and get things rectified and clean up the city. And I feel like this is going the opposite way. That's just Mayor looking at me like,
well, I'm just curious of an example.
I don't want to call businesses out to the carpet. I just don't think that that's the right way to do things. But again, there have been businesses that have had major code violations, and I've said, well, why can't we close them down? You can't. That's frustrating.
Well, you can't. Yeah,
but what I'm saying is if we can't close businesses down and we can't turn off the utilities, and what can we do to protect our residents and our business owners and the people in the city? Because right now I'm tired of hearing we can't. And it's coming from Tallahassee, DC, all the way down. And I feel like the more things that we take off of the books that we have to protect our city, we're never going to be able to get any of that back. So I'm very fearful on some of the things that are being pushed to strike or to loosen the reins so new businesses can get open. I think that some of the sign things that we're talking about make sense, but I think the businesses should have their hours of operation. I think that they should have their phone number on the outside. And right now, I just feel like it's a free-for-all in our city when it comes to being a business owner.
Thank you. Ms. May.
Thank you. I would assume, and maybe I can be corrected by staff, that if there are issues with an ordinance or code, wouldn't it be something that would be a violation, that they would be violated? Here's the code problem, here's the code violation. But the other thing is, if they're operating past business hours or something like that, wouldn't that be a PBSO thing? No?
No.
So
I don't think so. Wait, let's ask our
I don't
attorney.
know. Is that a PBS?
Call-
I mean,
call a friend.
is that something that PBSO, because they are our contracted law enforcement agency, would that be something that they would be able to help us enforce?
It's certainly something they would be able to enforce, and to help enforce. A lot of the businesses through your zoning code do not have regular hours of operation. Oftentimes that's something that's provided through a special approval, like an administrative use or conditional use approval. In your code, there are, correct me if I'm wrong, William, but there are not hours of operation for different zoning districts or different uses. So the sheriff's office doesn't often get involved there. It's because they're done by a use approval, they're harder to track and know what businesses have a time limit and what don't. That is something that we have talked about changing next year when we're able to change. And it would be a conversation with PBSO to discuss the methods for that enforcement and how that would work between getting them the information and being able to use it.
Okay. And so a couple things with the vape shops, the last time I looked, the minutes weren't posted for the historic preservation, but I think it was historic preservation, but they just gave a variance to the business to open. So they could have said no to the variance. You can't say no to the vape shop, but you could have said no to the variance.
And the variance was
The variance was there were two that were close together and there wasn't enough parking. And so instead of saying, no, we reject that variance, staff's recommendation was to approve the variance. But now we have another vape shop. So it's not that you can say no to vape shops, but our boards are doing it that way. And then it doesn't come to us. So it's, that a lot of the time citizens don't realize that we don't decide on everything, that it goes to those boards as well. So I wasn't at that historic preservation board, but do you know which one I'm talking about?
I believe that
Or maybe it was planning and zoning. It was planning and zoning.
I
You're
believe
right.
it was an alcohol distance waiver that was being requested.
Oh, the one that's with the horse on top?
Yes.
Yes. And where are those people going to park? That's a nightclub.
Well, our code right now, as you may or may not realize, if you have an existing building and it has no parking whatsoever, you don't have to provide any parking for a new business. We do, as part of a conditional use, ask businesses like a bar, where are you proposing to park since your building has no parking? They did say that they were going to share parking with the restaurant to the south. However, in looking at the case a little bit, there's a problem with that property because its parking, part of it is on a parcel that's independent of the parcel where the restaurant is. And you can't technically get to that parking unless you use the driveway or the restaurant, but they're owned by the same people. And this happens quite often where you have parcels that should be unified and act unified, but they aren't unified. And so we do look at the criteria that we have and for the distance waiver and for the parking. And as long as it is demonstrated that it's not going to put a burden on residential, which is the primary area that we try to avoid having nuisances, they normally get approved.
Yeah, but there's physically nowhere to park. It's on Dixie Highway.
I understand that. And then they mentioned in their application, they were going to share parking with the restaurant right next to them to the south and provide some parking at a business, I believe, on the east side of Dixie Highway.
So my point being that they can, not approve waivers and they're doing it anyway. So, so we have on the books that you can open a business that's a nightclub with no parking.
If it is a business, an existing building that has no parking and a nightclub, which we don't actually have that as a use, but we'll just use as an example.
Nightclub on the door.
It's probably, came in as a bar.
Well, it says I drove by today.
And that building does not have any parking, then a bar could open there with a conditional use. And you run the risk that we can't treat businesses downtown different than the ones on Dixie Highway or other areas of the city. We have a large number of commercial buildings that have no parking or almost no parking. So if we made parking a requirement, which has never been in our code, I don't believe, unless you expanded the business, and we did change that in 2013, we'd have a lot of empty storefronts, more so than we already have now.
Like the Mad Hatter doesn't have parking.
No, it doesn't.
Can I?
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me finish this. Okay, so on this specific item, go ahead, and then I'll finish mine.
What was to what you just said? So that nightclub bar just opened. Was it inspected? Did it have ADA bathrooms? Because I know that building, and I know there was not an ADA bathroom in there.
I can't speak to because I don't know if the business license has actually been approved. Approving the conditional use to allow the bar to open isn't the same thing as getting the business license approved. So I have to check on that for you.
Okay, and then what about like businesses that are being run out of residential properties? For example, 726 North A Street. There's that's a home, and they're running a mechanic shop out of it. They can run a mechanic shop out of their house,
There are certain laws regarding home occupation.
but they have to have a business license, right? Can't just do it.
They should have a business license because that's a city requirement. And there are limitations and regulations on the number of employees and parking spaces and other things like that for home occupation. I haven't looked at that in a while because I wasn't expecting it, but we can give you that.
Yeah,
information.
this is it's a little house on A Street, running a mechanic shop.
Cars going in and out.
Yeah.
I think we recently had a co-complaint about a similar property, whether that was the same one or not. I don't
Probably the
know.
same one.
But the state did grossly broaden the idea and concept of cottage industries, which
They're talking about mama making baked goods to sell. They're not talking
and
about
people have taken liberties with what they consider a cottage industry, and we go after the ones we can. I know that I'm on a public wavelength. Tallahassee has not been the greatest friend to Lake Worth Beach. I'll just put it that way.
Right. But so if this home business doesn't have a business license, what can you do?
Well, they'll be cited, and Yolanda and the team and I have worked together. We cite and then give them the avenues for remedy. If it's a mechanic shop in a residential area, it's not allowed.
Duh.
So they will be cited saying you can't do this because you can't get a business license for it. And I'm just going on hypothetical right here.
Right.
If they continue to operate that way, there will be eventually go to the magistrate. There could be a lien put on the property. If it's a homesteaded property, that person might continue doing that business until we have gotten other entities involved, such as the health department and people that come up.
I mean, I feel terrible for the people living next door. They're listening to these people work on cars all night long.
Miss Malega has had a point. I mean, we could do a cease and desist, as Yolanda just mentioned. That's a legal avenue that costs money, and that's perfectly fine. But we have bad actors, and co-compliance isn't a all or nothing thing. We do have numerous, probably several hundred co-cases in the city that are running in fine, or that property owner or that person with that tenant has never going to have any intention of following the rules.
When there are businesses that are operating outside the required zoning regulations and things like that, I have seen other communities take those property owners to court for injunctive relief, basically, where the court says you're not allowed to do what you're doing and you need to stop.
Yeah.
Again, as William mentioned,
If they continue, can they get arrested, like the actual person?
I'd have to follow through on what the repercussions would be.
Right.
with-
I mean, I just can't look a resident in the face and say, I can't do anything.
Right. So I've talked about this with administration from time to time, and whether or not the commission has the interest in setting aside money to take those kinds of actions, under what circumstances, similar to how you evaluate for foreclosing of code enforcement liens, we would need to have some guidance on when and where you want to.
I mean, I feel like if we're leaning towards quality of life and we have this going on, it doesn't, we have to start somewhere. I mean, if we start to close some of these down, hopefully the rest will say, oh, they're actually serious. Because right now they know we're not. They can do whatever they want until we actually start to do it.
Well,
so when we look at the budget, we should look at that.
One that could help us, because and many of you know, the co-compliance of it does a door hanger or notice of violation that gives a time to cure. And if you don't have it cured by then, you go to the magistrate, and the magistrate always gives them more time. And if it still hasn't been cured, then there's a fine that starts. Some policy direction that you can provide to us, which would be helpful, is that how many days after that not being cured, if it's a nuisance or life safety type co-compliance things, would we then take the next action, such as a cease and desist or an administrative order or a decision from the judge? And you might work together with Elizabeth to come up with what that policy would be.
That would be a great policy.
If it's within 60 days and they haven't done something, then it triggers and we go to the next step.
Right. I mean, if they're literally ignoring us,
especially with like health safety.
Yeah, health safety. I mean, that's awful. I would hate to live next door to that. Oh God, I hate when my brain does that. When it just completely goes away. But it'll come back in 2 seconds.
Mr. McFoy was next. I believe.
Sorry, once he starts talking, I'll remember.
Happy to try and help you.
Yeah, I'm sure you would.
I want to respond a little bit to what Commissioner Malega said and comment, and also hopefully I'll remember because I have that same problem. I want to come back to something that our attorney said about PBSO and the different closing hours. I'll try to remember to come
I
back.
know
to
it.
that.
I know it. Can I ask it before?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Do we have to use the magistrate? Because don't some other cities use like a different policy? Like, I don't know,
Well,
but I think there's like citizen boards. Well, I know that.
okay. We went to a special magistrate several years before I got here.
Okay.
You can have a code enforcement or code compliance board that's made up by citizens. And here it was a circus. Because at one point, the nuisance abatement board, the code enforcement board, the historic preservation board, the planning and zoning board, and the community appearance board were all the same board.
The appearance board
Was all the same board.
Yeah.
And the legal advice that board was given was interesting because they were using various hacks that they had against other sections of the code. I'm sure it was a complete nightmare for Mayor Resch when she was an attorney here trying to deal with that group if she had a code case, because some of them that I read, I'm like, what in the world? Because we actually put a nuisance abatement order on a house to prevent them from doing improvements for their certificate of appropriateness.
When I was here.
So, wait,
There was a code enforcement board and a separate planning and zoning board. It was not the same people.
Well, at one point in the history of the city, it was all the same.
Yeah, no.
And it does split apart.
So there are other options besides using the magistrate.
We could have a magistrate or an appointed board,
And is there any?
which I would not recommend to go that route.
No, I hear you saying that, but is there any? Do we have any choice in the magistrate?
We do, and we do collaborate with the city attorney's office.
Can we ask for a strict one, a lean one?
We
Doesn't work
can't
that way?
dictate how they act because it's at arm's length, though we have migrated people off of the code being magistrate as they become argumentative with staff and are not following the recommendations of the city attorney's office. We don't have to renew their contract.
Got it.
We are always on the lookout for new and more magistrates. We try and keep 2 or 3 kind of in circulation for the city at all times. We look at who other cities are using and whether or not they're happy with the work that they're getting and things like that. So we're always on the lookout. If anybody has recommendations, feel free to shoot them over.
Okay. I just didn't know if all cities use magistrates or if there was a different way of going about it.
There are, I think that I know of in our dozen or more clients throughout 2 different counties, 2 municipalities still using a code board, and they alternate a board and the magistrate. And it's, I think one has not been able to fill all the seats on their code board. And
Yeah, no, I can't imagine people wanting to be on that board. Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Chris. I apologize.
Okay, coming back. Thank you. But that was a good discussion. Yeah, that was helpful. I think there's probably consensus up here that we do not want to go away from the spatial magistrate to a appointed board. But it sounds like that might sound like a good idea, but maybe not. Anyhow, I wanted to come back to the initial comment that Commissioner Malega made, that a concern that especially as Tallahassee and maybe even to some extent the federal government limits what we can do. I hear you on the concern that, hey, let's not give away the store, whatever we might have left here. What came to mind as I heard it was, I think there was a lot of sentiment pretty broadly up here that we were hearing, whether accurately or not, but we were hearing, and the impression was out there that we were not particularly business friendly for new businesses. So like much of government, balance and focus is the challenge. You may have one tool, and that tool needs to help businesses that are pretty much trying to do the right thing and not make things too onerous. We definitely want more business. And the same tool has to work for the scofflaws and the people who are trying to get away with stuff that they shouldn't. And then I would add a little bit of an angle. that we are a working community. And I totally hear Vice Mayor May that the idea of a car mechanic shop next door that operates at 2 a.m. or a car stereo installation place, and we both know the same family that we've heard from on that, because part of my district went to you and carried over. Yeah, that's not reasonable to the neighbors. At the same time, I think, I don't want to speak for everybody else, but I think there probably is a little bit, at least, of a sentiment here that some things at a home level might be reasonable. Let's say that, and I don't know why this example, but I met somebody years ago when I was in 8th grade, made technical instruments for a university. It happened to be a university town. So they had specialized, they had maybe a drill press in their basement, and they had various things. Nobody outside the house had any idea that this was happening. They were very specialized things. It was a home industry. I have no idea. It was in Bloomington, Indiana. So I have no idea. And I was 8 years old or 8th grade, but it did not cause any difficulty to the neighbors. It did allow somebody to have a business, which I think we do want to encourage. So as we choose our rules to the extent that we have them, I hope that we will keep in mind that we do want to allow enterprise, but we also want to protect their neighbors. That's only reasonable, whether it's businesses or residents. And I hope that we will kind of keep those things in mind as we go forward. On the one, and I did remember just at the last minute, you mentioned that a challenge for PBSO is that we may have a whole string of different businesses that all of which have different rules about when they're supposed to shut down. And I could imagine that's a headache for PBSO, but it doesn't strike me as impossible, the same way that I thought it was amazing that the U.S. Geological Survey has a list of every single location in the country. You know, you might have a town of 3 people, but it's on the list. It took a while to make the list, but they made the list. I would think it would be well within our abilities to make a list of, hey, here's the name of the business, here's the address, you might need to update it once in a while, and they need to close, according to their rules, at 2. This one closes at 1, that one closes at 5, whatever, and hand it to PBSO and say, hey, stick this in your cars, and when you're out, if you get a complaint, you look up, oh yeah, they should have closed already. That doesn't seem like out of the range of doable, and seems like we could at least get a little bit more compliance on that one. That one seems pretty easy. That would work too. You could do both. I mean,
We can certainly put together a list and provide it to PBS.
yeah.
Thank you. On that line, I'm sorry, Commissioner Cedric, but as we improve the GIS system and have things more online, I highly doubt that PBSO is going to pull up a piece of paper and go through it and try to find the address. However, if we have, and it's going to probably take us as much as a decade to get all the information I would like to see in GIS, but we can only harvest so many trees at a time, and we just deal with one kind of, go as we go. There is likely the possibility, I know it can happen, it's just the time to do it and the staff resources, is when you click on an address in the GIS system, it will pop up and say, is it contributing or not contributing historically? What types of planning and zoning approvals are there? Are there any restrictions on the use? Because we do have some fairly stringent restrictions based on industrial activities happening next to a residential district versus next to a residential use, which is completely different.
Say that last part again, because I got
we have residential zoning districts like SFR, SFTF 14. Well, our code at one point said industrial activities were highly limited if they were next to a residential use. Well, we have lots of nonconformities in our industrial district, so it was changed if it was next to a residential zoning district. And so there are conflicts inherently, like everything has its own little animal. And so having that information available would be very helpful, because the more often than not, either I hear about it or Code and Yolanda hear about it, that PBSO really doesn't know what to do, because it isn't necessarily clear. Now, where we have a bigger problem, I think, in hours of operation is serving alcohol beyond the hours that it's allowed. And that is you mentioned the name of the entity. I forgot. It's now left my head. Or PBSO issue. But PBSO hasn't been overly wanting to enforce that rule. So we have called in at times the people that do monitor and control alcohol.
But
ATF.
Even if it isn't, I agree that it'd be lovely to have it in the GIS system, but simply a database, an Excel file that says address and whatnot, or the PAPA website, it's that sort of thing. Somebody put the address in, and it can.
Well, that would all be based on a GIS. Wouldn't be a map, but it would be the spreadsheet.
Whatever system. Would be, I mean, it's that's not. In 2026, as Commissioner Segridge would remind us correctly, that's not crazy technology that,
it's available.
We could do that, and we should be doing that. And I think we should also be quite, PBSO is our biggest contract, and let's have them do things that we need them to do.
Thank you, Mr. Segridge.
Thank you. I think we need to recognize the reality that PBSO is not a code enforcement arm of the city, even though right now they handle some of that and they handle some parking. That's not why we have PBSO. We need to have code compliance coverage for the times that the city is open. We are a city. We have a downtown. We have businesses open to 2 a.m. We need coverage for that. That takes care of our valet parking issues. That takes care of open after hours of operation. We cannot expect a PBSO deputy to roll around in their cruiser, look up on a GIS, go, oh, Bob's Beer Mart, it was supposed to be closed 15 minutes ago. Let me go write them a ticket. It's not going to happen.
Totally easy. And we pay them a huge money.
So
that's not hard.
Mr. McFoy, please. I didn't interrupt you. It's not hard, but it's asinine. It's dumb. I will say that right now. It is just dumb. That is not what PBSO does. When we looked at PBSO to help us out in the park, didn't work out at first. They implemented a park ranger program. Okay, it overlaps. If PBSO implements an after-hours code enforcement arm of PBSO, then great. Let's utilize that. But they don't have that. So I will, renew my calls for, and we've been asking for this for quite some time. We need code compliance coverage for when the city's open. That solves a lot of those problems. Our code compliance officers then can go and deal with those problems. But to return us back to bullet point 2, which we were talking about, stronger deterrence for people operating a business without a business license. We just did an ordinance which made it vastly easier to get your business license in this city. The reaction from the business community was very positive. People were very thankful for that. The reaction from the real estate community was very positive and very thankful for that. They see it as a door opening. My questions are, what is the current deterrent for operating without a business license? I know you get cited. Is it up to the magistrate what the fine is?
We make a recommendation, and that's part of the policy that Yolanda included is some of the backup. But the magistrate has seemingly reduced our recommended daily fines, and those are against the property owner, not necessarily the business owner. And that's caused some frustration. And you brought up, I think, I don't remember what meeting it was, about how we could serve not only citations, but notices of violation against the tenant. And I don't quite totally understand how that works. And maybe Elizabeth can elaborate a little bit more on that. But that is, if that's possible, that is another option. And I would say I want you to consider too that the bad actors that we have that are doing what they probably shouldn't be doing after hours often involve some kind of legal issue. And our code enforcement officers don't have badges. They don't have guns. They don't have tasers. They don't have anything. And I better like the idea that you have of like a PBSO code compliance task force or something, Rangers, because
they can make the call to PBSO and say they're violating the ordinance. What I'm saying is that PBSO is not going to initiate that. We have a hard enough time getting PBSO.
Our code officers have a very difficult time getting PBSO to show up when they're complaining during the day.
Understood. but just because part of it's broken doesn't mean we have to come up with a workaround.
Yeah.
The answer is hold them accountable and get them to actually show up. And we make that very clear as part of our negotiations, right? So currently the deterrent we have is you're citing the property owner, and we've suggested cite the tenant. There's legal basis to cite the tenant. We can cite the tenant. How that escalates, I don't know the answer to that. I know when we're dealing with unlicensed street vendors, they're getting notices to appear. So how are we giving unlicensed street vendors notices to appear when a unlicensed bakery doesn't, right?
That's a citation.
Right.
So the code compliance could issue citations to the manager, and there's a scale that if the first offense and second offense. We did have,
I
think it was were you with us? We decided that we could do the citation against the business and not just be served to the manager, because we had a problem a while ago that you had to serve the same person 3 times before it got escalated, and they just sent out a different manager each time, and we weren't getting anywhere.
Right, but there is a solution to that where we could utilize citations which hold more teeth against an individual.
You mean notices to appear?
Notice to appear. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, but I used to do them all. The last Thursday of every month, I drove to Delray and we had 10 or 15 notices to appear.
I would support that.
And
100%.
I've been saying that for years. I think we should be more active with that. Okay, Ms. Bryant?
Right. I don't think is it on?
You just got to talk closer.
Yolanda Bryant. Our code citation, I think the problem that Elizabeth and I have had for a while now is trying to enforce those, because once they go to special magistrate, if they do not pay the citation, then what? We don't have any further. I even asked her about attaching the citation to the vehicle tags, but that didn't work out. So we've had numerous discussions on how we can enforce these code citations, because once they go to special magistrate, there's no other alternative for getting them paid.
And I'm saying don't make a decision at some point not to take them to the code, not to take them to special magistrate. Simply offer them a notice to appear. Come on Thursday, January 14th and appear before the court. Because number one, if they don't show up, there's a capias.
Now there's a what?
A capias, a pickup order. If you do it if it's a recurring thing and they have to show up at court every third Thursday of the month, that will have an effect. I mean, we don't have as many teeth as we should, but I have often thought that was something that we should utilize more. And I'll volunteer to go down and cover the hearings because I did it for 5 years.
And we can't add it to the utility bill. We've talked about that.
Yes,
correct. If it's against the business owner and they don't pay their citation or their bill, we cannot tack it onto the utility.
Not
bill.
on the utility bill, no.
No, I like the one where they have to go to court and then there's a citation and a warrant.
Currently, the notices to appear that are issued, particularly, the mobile food vendors, because they're doing business in the rights of way, those are issued by PBSO.
Yeah, but code could also, if I'm not mistaken, issues notices to appear.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I've been
supporting 100%
Consent
consent.
47 times.
And I will volunteer to cover court on Thursday, whenever it is, because it was, I'm a lawyer. I can actually.
You need a soil finder?
Mayor anymore. Man.
What?
After you're not mayor anymore.
After I'm not mayor anymore, I'll be happy to do it.
So we have consensus for staff to start writing citations, violations, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
Notices to appear.
And is staff is that a workable thing?
It's a new process we'll have to work through.
Yeah. Give them a book of notices to appear. Mr. Stewart, I don't think you were done.
Nope. But I'd also like us to once again ask for a plan from staff for staffing our city during the hours it's open.
That's a whole union thing.
It's been over a year and a half we asked for it.
Mr. Perry would like to speak.
I believe staff is looking at it right now as part of those questions that City Commission asked during the budget. So they're putting together something now. But we'll go back and take a look at it and see what, bring it back and see what our hours you're looking at. You said, until 1 or 2 in the morning, and start getting into that gray area in terms of security. But we'll go back and bring it back a complete program so you can get, so the commission could take a look at it. We'll bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if our downtown is safe for families and people to be going out to dinner, it should be safe for our staff to be walking around and just making sure things are being operating okay. And I see you're shaking your head, but you know, we have rules about valet parking. We get a lot of complaints about people not adhering to the valet parking. And, you know, we're a city that wants to be growing. We need to have services while our businesses are open.
What are the current hours? 5? They end at 5, the code enforcement. Okay.
In at 5,
Okay.
we have extended some, we were citing for food vending to like 6,
Mhm.
but after that, we have not gone past that. My main concern is the liability issue. We have nothing to protect ourselves at that time, and we don't have any deputies that work with us
Right.
closely doing those. I mean, when we say 2 o'clock in the morning,
No.
like
No,
that's a lot.
But I think later into the evening is, and again, that would be a
Yeah,
union,
like-
a union issue, right? That would be a
Yeah.
negotiated issue.
Correct.
Chris is shaking her head, yes. Are you done? Okay, Mr. McBoy?
I'm hearing staff, and I'm hearing some, at least on the commission, very concerned that we would ask staff to do enforcement after sort of normal business hours. I hear Commissioner Segrich on, well, we need to make our city work well, safe, comply with things at other hours. I hear that, and I think we're probably all pretty much in agreement to that. But I find it a little astounding that we contract for local law enforcement, people with badges, with guns, with experience on enforcing, and that we would even consider asking non-sworn folks to go out at 1 or 2 in the morning and do that when we pay people. That is a very reason. And my question for our attorney is it not in our contract with law enforcement that they are supposed to enforce all of our ordinances and resolutions? That's what we contract. That's what local law enforcement means. It enforces the laws that we have. Am I missing something? Am I not understanding something?
I would have to go back and look at your contract. I will note that that is currently being renegotiated to start a new term, so we can.
Yes, thank you. I would appreciate if you'd look at it. I have a feeling from having looked at it other years, it's a little loosey-goosey. It says, PBSO will provide law enforcement services. I believe, though, it does specify a little bit more that includes enforce your whole suite of laws if you are asked to
She'll
do so.
find out. She'll find out.
So let's find out about that, because to me, the idea of sending we can't even find code enforcement officers during normal business hours. You think they're going to come out of the woodwork to work?
I don't think we're talking about 1 o'clock, but I think, 8, but yeah, she's going to look at, our
I
attorney's
think
going to
we
look
need
into it.
to, get our money's worth
Our
on that
attorney is
contract.
looking into it. Thank you. Okay. Number 3.
Abbreviating the business license process, which we've already done and started that. And this covers a number of items for the changes that you made to our business license requirements. I think 3, 4, 5 all kind of go together. And we are going to see some improvements on a number of things. We still do have the required interior inspection before a new business opens. So that will get at some of the things you were concerned about. And then it's amazing what you can see from the public right of way. And if there's just cause, we can extend possibly what we discover from the public right of way. If there's more concerns, an issue came up today, it's not business operations related, but what we were able to see from the right of way rose and brought up concerns that we would need to take it the next step because it was a nuisance type activity.
For a warrant, you mean?
Well, just that there was what was going on there, or what had gone on there, was rather disturbing. And I won't go into all the details here in public, but we do have an ability to go in next step if there's just cause.
I think Ms. May has a question.
Oh, sure.
It actually kind of goes back to what Commissioner Maliga was saying about the hours of business. So when we're talking about a business license, if it is something that is public facing, does it say on the business license, what are your hours of business? And does it say you have to post that?
It
And it's
doesn't
not, can
ask
it?
that, but we don't have it we have almost no rules in our LDRs as to what the hours of operation, unless, as Elizabeth mentioned, it's part of an administrative use approval or a conditional use approval, or it's the sale of alcohol.
But whatever the hours are could be posted on the front, on the window.
Couldn't we ask in the business license
talked about-
application?
We did talk about that the last time that we.
What are your hours? And then when they apply for their signage, it has to be a mandate that they have to put the hours up. I don't see anything wrong with adding that. Do you guys?
We did add that the last conversation. We
Yeah.
asked for the business hours to be on the application.
Yep.
That was
That
was a
seems
hard ask.
basic. If it's a public facing business, I mean, if you're at
Right,
home
if you're not at home, who
knitting
cares?
blankets, who cares?
But I also think in regards to the hours being on the door, that should not count against their signage.
No.
That should be a
Right.
requirement from this city.
Basic information like the address, hours of operation,
Right.
that doesn't count toward the
Should
signage.
be mandatory.
Yeah, I think that it should be mandatory.
Let me ask you a
In my
question.
opinion,
If we have
When we're-
consensus.
When we're talking about doing something like this, you mentioned the LDRs. I mean, would something like this, which I feel is a minor change, but you have to put your address and your phone number and your hours of operation on the door. Is that something that would actually require a LDR change and a comp plan change?
No, well, I'm
we just do
thinking more that we put it because we have so many restrictions and what we can do to the LDRs until October of 2027 that we would put the hour of operation requirement in the business license section.
So we could do it without doing an LDR.
I think
change
so.
with-
That would be much quicker because we were fairly
because
quick
it
with the
takes so darn long.
I know, especially when you have sometimes 3 advisory boards making comments on an LDR change before it
There
gets
you
to
go.
you.
There you go.
So yes, we can look at that.
Mr. Segrich has a question.
oh.
Along those lines, would the distance waivers between types of business licenses also be something that we could put outside the LDRs?
No, it's not necessarily whether the regulations are in your LDRs or not. It's just whether they're more restrictive or burdensome on businesses. And so that's why.
Well, I thought SB 180 was specific to LDRs. No.
But if it's a waiver is us giving them permission. So what if we deny the waiver? This is, you're asking us to circumvent the rules. So denying a waiver for an alcohol variance or
Alcohol
hookah.
business license, alcohol business waivers and requirements and limitations are already in your code.
Right, so I'm saying, so that one that came before, it, that didn't have to be approved. And staff could have said, based on what the city commission's energy is or their direction, we don't think that this is gonna pass. Or we don't recommend it.
I think the question is there, if somebody's asking for a waiver, does that run afoul of 180? And we're thinking no, but
No,
other than
because the regulation, the requirements.
is already on the books.
Already in your code.
So
We
I
can't
think your
start
point
over.
is well taken.
I
that-
do think though that we might want to work together and come up with some clearer language on the basis of which you could turn it down. Because the way it's written, it really is like, as long as you're a good apple and you look like a good apple and you say you're going to be a good apple, we'll give you the waiver. That's kind of a trite way to put it, but it's not overly open on how you would base the denial.
Yeah,
because
to figure that out. I mean, hours,
Yeah.
why would you? Because then you've got there's a bar and I want to open a bar and it's, within the
distance thing.
Why are you turning this down?
But
Which
what
I
if we
think
just
should
say
be-
there are no longer any waivers for the alcohol use? Maybe we could have that conversation too.
That's even harder on business. That stops new bars from coming in.
But I think we're
Mr.
here.
Segrich has his light on.
Thank you. I'd like to get agreement from my colleagues to give staff direction to go ahead and make that change so that the waivers, there is a route for denial. Because the way that one particular example was presented was basically to the board, you have to do this. And there were several board members who commented on that. They felt like they had to do it. And the answer is absolutely not. They don't have to. That's the whole reason why we have a board. They're supposed to be making decisions based on factual information and what's being presented, and then also weighing, in these cases, the waivers, weighing that against the good of the community. And that's not happening. So I think we do need clarity, so I'm asking if you guys want to give direction for that.
Support.
Okay, thank you.
We'll add it to the list of things that we've given staff to do in the past year and a half. I was going to say.
Well, Madam
something-
Mayor, I don't appreciate the snarky
Well, no,
comment
no,
on
it's
that.
snarky. I mean, just they're busy and we
It's-
have a list of things. for them to
We're
do.
trying to get things done.
But I
I'm
think,
not arguing with you. I'm just saying, let's be realistic.
can I comment on the consensus?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because there was a request for consensus. I think that's reasonable. Just so I understand, obviously, at least what I understand how boards work, the staff recommendation carries quite a bit of weight. And I think what I'm hearing from my colleagues is there's quite a bit of support to don't do a recommendation to grant a waiver if we don't need to. And if not granting the waiver would be consistent with some of our policies for the benefit of the community.
To cover both you and staff and the business owner, again, I would like to implore that we work with Elizabeth and co-compliance and planning and zoning to come up with very clear, succinct, concise criteria by which you could turn it down. Because the first one we're going to turn down
is
someone's going to come to you and say Lake Worth Beach isn't business friendly.
Okay.
I think also it needs, well, that's a judgment
Those
call.
good apples. you
It's,
mentioned.
But as long as we have something clear that's behind us, we can.
I think it's important to note, though, any denial has to be based on competent, substantial evidence. Let's just. bear
So
that
it's
in
like a
mind.
quasi judicial.
Yeah, it is quite judicial. Well, it's a decision. So, Mr. Segret?
So I would also like for our attorneys to look into SB 180 and how it applies to these waivers. Because as I look through SB 180, it doesn't talk a lot about being more restrictive for business licensing. It talks about zoning, land development, site plans, all things that happen before the building's built or when the building's being built. It doesn't really talk about alcohol distance waivers. And if we're unsure, I think we should get an AG opinion on it because, we've put off a lot of stuff because of SB 180. And it may really stink that that's the end answer. And we might be totally correct in our current interpretation of it. But I'd like to stress the limits on that and see if there's any way possible we could do stuff in and around business licensing.
I would certainly support asking legal to poke around other municipalities because surely other ones have run into similar
I
questions.
think also an AG opinion, it's easy to ask for, doesn't really cost us. And it holds a lot of weight. If they come back and say, actually, guys, you
That's
could
okay.
do
Go
could
ahead.
do that, then I say we do it.
Madam Attorney, would it be burdensome for you to draft an AG opinion
For
request?
clarification, is this related to distance waivers for certain business uses?
More clear.
And SB 180.
As well as some of the other stuff that we're talking in and around the types of businesses and so on within our downtown. I'd like to get more clarity on that. We've had a number of things that have come up where we've been told SB 180 prevents us from that. And some of it is crystal clear, right? We can't increase the amount of the, whatever parking requirement or something like that. We can't increase the setbacks, right? That crystal clear. But there's a lot of things in and around like hours of operation of business or distance waivers or even the types of businesses that I think we need to explore and just get a final definitive answer. I mean, short of suing about it, I'd rather ask and see if we can't get somewhere.
The types of businesses I think would be governed by the zoning.
But it can't hurt to ask.
Miss Elizabeth? Going to work on that? Do we have consensus to do that? To have them
That
draft an
seems
AG
reasonable.
opinion?
Consenting.
Okay. Yes, you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you. No, so they would have to, they would be charged with the drafting time. And they mail it up. Okay.
Number 6, we're still working with IT to see if we can implement to the extent possible a click to gov for the renewal of business licenses. Due to the time element, we're probably going to have to send out the renewals without that, but have a note saying you can please check the city's website to see if the click to gov option is available yet or not. There's still some hiccups on how you select I won't go into all that, but it's very easy to renew part of your license and not all of it at the same time. And there were some tracking issues, but Nellie and Alicia were working on that with Central Square and Click2Gov, and we are making some progress, but we're just not quite there yet.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Malega?
I just have a general question. We don't have a lot of public people here, and I feel like can we listen to public comment? So if these people want to go home, they can.
There's
at
only
7:30.
3. I have no
I'm sorry.
problem.
I'm not.
That seems.
We could all
Yeah.
sit here and talk this to death. We're only at number 6.
There's only 3 cards. I have no
Yeah.
problem.
Can I just ask my one Click2Gov question really quick, please?
Sure.
So I sent an email and it may have filtered through to you guys. I was trying to look up code cases on Click2Gov, and when you do an address search, and you either get all or nothing. So specifically, I was searching for an address on 16th Avenue South, and when you put in the South, it doesn't work. So you basically have to scroll through everything for 16th Avenue in the entire city. So I don't know if that's a bug or anything, but while you're looking at or talking to the Click2Gov people, that search is kind of failed.
Thank you.
We had the problem.
Okay, we only have 3. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comments? I didn't see any earlier.
I have one, Madam Mayor.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay, so right here we have Laura Levitas, followed by Liz Levitas. I don't know why I do that.
Yeah.
It's just Levitas sounds like yeah. See, I try to make it not sound like a disease. Come on up. Followed by Liz Frankel, followed by Dan Waleski.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Yolanda is a rock star. Yolanda is a rock star. All my code issues have been taken care of. We got to the bottom of it today. But here's my question. If you get I got my citation and I got Laura Levitas, 1030 North Lakeside Drive. So if you get a citation and you get 4 different elements to that citation, you might have a tree, a permit, that means you need to speak to 4 different people. Is there any way, and things get lost in translation, like I've called and then you don't get connected or you get connected to the wrong person. Is there any way to do anything about streamlining any of this? That's just, and that's other than that, Yolanda, I mean, wow. That's really all I have to say is thank you and thank you and thank everybody. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Liz, yes, we are. Liz Frankel.
Okay, I know. Hi, everybody. I'm Liz Frankel.
301
North Palm Way. I've owned my house for 4 years. I know this is a code and zoning meeting. However, I had an issue with the historic preservation. So I've owned my house for 4 years. I come from a family of builders who have built homes and major developments all over Southeast Florida and Pennsylvania. My mother is a world famous architect and was the first woman president of the AIA, and she specialized in historic preservation. Everyone warned me not to move to Lake Worth Beach, but I wanted to live close to the beach, and I fell in love with this quirky, artsy town. When I bought this house, I had hopes of making it my dream home that I could grow old in. Ha ha. That's not so easy. And the frustration is that I had no idea I wouldn't be able to make my house nicer. So before spending hundreds of dollars on architectural plans, I wanted to find out if I could be able to move my front door 6 feet, which would give me a lot more room in my 1,500 square foot home. I called the historic preservation people and sent them a before photo and then an AI generated photo of what I wanted to do. And the woman on the phone was very nice, and she got back to me very quickly, and she said, the senior historic planner indicated that this alteration is not consistent with the city's historic preservation design guidelines, and that it would be pointless for me to go any further because the staff would make the same recommendation to the board. Who are those people on the board? What are their credentials? How long have these guidelines been in place? Like someone said, make a list of the guidelines.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you finished? Or?
No, I still have a bit.
Just real quickly.
Okay, I emailed the woman back about getting specific guidelines from the historic preservation place and never heard back from them. What are these guidelines? You have homes that are falling down. You have container homes. You have multi-million-dollar homes, all in the same historic neighborhood. Where can I find these guidelines? I don't understand what are the guidelines. And, you know, I'm sure code wouldn't let me move my front door either. So how do we expect this town to go forward and stop having a vape store on every single block if the residents can't make the homes the way they want to make them? You're not going to attract people that are going to bring anything to this town except for what you already have. And I don't know who to talk to about this or what you're going to do about it, but it's very frustrating. And I should have listened to my family and not moved here.
Thank you. I think we're going to have somebody address you. Not right now, but we will have somebody follow up with you. Mr. West.
Dan Waleski, 607 North K Street. There are two things I guess I want to address. One of them that I wanted to say, and then I want to address the approval that you were discussing as well. But the first one I will say, the city has been doing a lot recently with regards to trying to address some of the issues in the code. They took a lot of suggestions from planning and zoning in a joint meeting with planning and zoning and historic. I really want to thank them for that. They've been doing a great job with trying to clean that up. But we have a 100-year-old city that's very diverse, that has had code changes throughout the years. And I think that one of the things that we encounter quite a bit is these non-conforming uses. You have, I've looked at a few different areas of the city specifically in terms of how many of those properties are existing and non-conforming. And we have areas of our city where over 50% of the homes are not conforming to code. And then you end up with situations like this business that has no parking. And, you know, we were increasing the intensity of that. And I guess we didn't have any issues as a board. I'm speaking personally, but kind of my impression of the board with the alcohol waiver. So that's something that comes up all the time. You cannot open anywhere in Lake Worth where you're not within 500 feet of another place that serves alcohol. So it's just every business that opens up requires one. We had approved one for locals only recently with the same hours of operation on the same street. And so you can't really, we didn't feel as a board that we can get into that. But what we did have a serious problem with was the parking. And we added a condition to it that they were actually to record a parking agreement with the neighboring property, because that wasn't part of it initially. And we said, no, this actually has to be recorded against the property. That way, you know, if it's sold to a new owner, it's still an entitlement that exists. So a shared parking agreement, a shared access agreement should be recorded. I'm not sure if this business is operating through that, if they've already got their business license, but clearly our issue there was with parking, and that comes up from these non-conforming uses. So just to keep that in mind, everything that we do, whenever we change code, we're creating more non-conforming uses. And so
Thank you.
Very important.
Madam Clerk, will you read the one that you have? What? We're non-conformists.
I will, Madam Mayor. The comment I have is from Greg Richter at 1202 South Palmway. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Commissioners. Thanks you for taking up the concerns of code and dealing with both business and residents. Last year when I campaigned for City Commissioner, I spoke with business owners downtown and other parts of the city. With very few exceptions, the frustration of dealing with city staff was the number one or number two concern. Lack of parking was the other. A couple of situations that stand out to me was the Farmer Girls, where they just brought the business and were told they had to take down their pole sign. It had been up there for years. The other was Ruru, when they talked about how the code compliance came in 3 days after closing and cited them for a number of compliance issues. You as a commission should be embarrassed by this. From a residential standpoint, I live in a so-called historic district, which it is not. The new homes being approved by staff are so incapable to the neighborhood. Just across the street from us was a 3,500 square foot home on a 150 by 200 lot. It was sold and the new owner was allowed to tear down the home, clear cut the heavily wooded lot, subdivide and build 2 homes, each over 6,500 square feet. Meanwhile, for the rest of us, it takes a year to get storm door, windows, roofs approved, and other items approved. The result is it's too time consuming and expensive to get things done. As a result, many maintenance items get deferred. The other problem is many contractors will not do jobs in our town. It is time for you as a commission to take some action here and simplify the process. Thank you all for your time and service to our city. That is the last comment I have on any item tonight, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. And we've noted your comments and we'll take them into consideration. All right, so we were pretty much up to number 7.
And we're still making progress on the
That's fine.
ERP
Good idea.
and we will,
Thank you.
I'm
having-
gonna get that boat moved too. I didn't forget.
No, what's it gonna say?
I didn't forget. Yolanda, I'll be with you tomorrow about that boat more.
You need photos, I'll send them to you.
we'll give you another update on how the ERP process is going once Nelly's back from being away from the office. We took care of 8 with a business license change that you all did several weeks ago. On a good news front, artificial turf, short-term rentals, some changes to to pole signs, and one other thing. I believe have gone to the Historic Preservation Board. They'll go to the Planning and Zoning Board in early August. Scott Rodriguez, who's our Assistant Director of Planning and Zoning, is taking the artificial turf thing to the Tree and Landscape Board. And so you'll be seeing a whole collection of LDR changes related to items you've been waiting on for quite a while. As I said, the end of August, early September.
You'll have the ordinance for us ready to
Yeah.
look at. I'm just putting, I didn't.
Yeah. And so far, they've been well received by the Historic Preservation Board, and we haven't heard a lot of collective angst about where they're going. We do have is included in here. You've brought up some concerns about the lien reduction process. How our code works today is that you cannot reduce the lien to less than 10% of what is owed unless it's possibly a owner-occupied home exemption. What we did do 12 years ago or so is said that if you have a lien and you spend money to remediate or deal with the violations, you can bring back paid invoices, cancel checks, receipts, demonstrating what you spent to comply the violations, and that comes off the outstanding lien. There are also 2 other components. The initial lien cannot exceed 200% of the property's value at the time a lien is placed on it. And if a property has more than 1 lien on it, the collective number of liens can exceed 300% of what the current market value is per property. Those combine to reduce a lot of liens. And then we have a schedule whereby if it's been going on for a long time, we might reduce it less. If it's a new owner who's complying the property, we reduce it more. But you did bring up some concerns about that policy. And as I will reiterate, and Elizabeth, she was on there for a while, and so has Yolanda, the magistrate hasn't always agreed, and they've actually reduced the lien more than what we recommended. So how we can't dictate to the magistrate, you have to follow what we recommend. Now,
Can we dictate that they do that?
No, they're independent.
Hang on, if we have rules and regulations and we already have all these write downs, is there any way that if staff is giving a recommendation based on what the policies that we set forward, shouldn't the magistrate be adhering to what our city rules and regulations are?
So the magistrate does take into account the reductions that city staff calculates through the receipts. And takes into account the limitations that are in the code. For example, that they know they cannot go below 10% unless it's owner occupied homestead. That's really the limitations that are set in the code, and they are otherwise similar to the 5 of you. They basically take they're standing in your shoes. So where the 5 of you would otherwise hear a fine reduction request and decide what the fine should be reduced to, the magistrate has that same authority, other than the limitation that's in your code regarding the 10%.
Thank you. I think Mr. Segrich had his light on and he was going to get the next.
Yeah, I just think, is there any way that we can, I just personally don't think that that's, again, back to the teeth. When you have bad apples that have come before the magistrate multiple times and they already know the magistrate's going to give them a slap on the wrist. You know, I know one business owner who's told me, I'll continue to put my signs all over the city and write the fine reduction check because he doesn't care. So I just feel maybe we need to change that. Maybe we need to change it's an either or. Either you get the write down or it shouldn't be a combination of both. I just feel that there are some people in the city that take huge advantage. And I don't know if we have an appetite for that to say it's either one or the other, or if we've already written it down that this is the max that we're willing to give repeat offenders. I just think that we need to change it because I know firsthand what the magistrates have done in the last 5 years that I've been here. And when they've already had 6 months and now the magistrate was, we're going to give you another 120 days and we're only going to, that's not even recovering our cost of all the administration of chasing them to fix this.
Is the 10% statutory as well?
No.
Mr. Segrich.
So just to clarify, Mr. Waters, you're saying that the magistrate has lowered it below the 90%? They've given
I
people
don't recall it ever
95%.
gone below the 10%, but they have, let's say that, you've got a repeat offender and staff has recommended a 50% reduction of the lien. There are times where the magistrate just chose to go down to 10%.
But they haven't overstepped the boundary lines that we've, okay.
No.
So that clarifies that. Along the same lines, at the pre-agenda meeting, I brought it up. The ability for the commission to either erase or pause fines while we're examining changing an area of the code. So the specific example to that is the pole signs or artificial turf. I asked the question, is that something we can change, right? So I know right now that's not something we can do, but we are able to change that. And I think if we as the commission are considering radically changing a piece of code, and there are open cases on that, we should have the ability to pause or eliminate the fines on that.
I think we call that a zoning in progress. We've done that before.
Well,
Yeah.
well,
That's something we've done.
Artificial turf done.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we can't do the ones that already went to the magistrate.
So
correct.
But we
Right.
can,
again, to explain
listen
kind of
to you,
how that
Yolanda.
works is that if the case has already gone to the magistrate,
Mhm.
we don't just pause fines automatically because there are often multiple other violations in that case. But staff notes the date that the action was directed by the commission, and when the property comes into compliance, those dates are taken back.
But
right? So
the scenario where that becomes unsatisfactory is this. So let's take the pole sign. Business owners now getting fined $75 a day. And it takes us a year and a half before we bring that ordinance back, which has happened.
Yeah.
We're talking about artificial turf. That's over a year and a half.
and it's
And there's STRs. And now we have an election in March. And the people that get elected absolutely hate pole signs. And now you've got a new commission that comes back and says, nope, we want to burn all the pole signs in the town down. We don't want to change that, right? So now you have somebody who's been sitting there racking up $75 a day, leaving that sign up in hopes that we make the decision in favor of where we're saying we're going with it, right? But we don't, because we're either a new board or we change our mind or we forgot, right? Now that person's going to get slapped. So I think we need to make it clear and specific, and it's limited because leaving the magistrate as an independent body has many, many virtues and values to it, and we have to respect that. But in this particular case, where we are legitimately all kind of in agreement, or most of us in agreement, that yes, we want staff to change this pole sign to allow the pre-existing ones and so on. It's pretty clear. We should have the ability to pause or eliminate those fines until that ordinance is finalized. Now, if there are other issues, people should be made well aware, hey, you have to fix those other issues too, because I can tell you a story. There's a gentleman who had artificial turf, and he had a broken electrical, like plastic box on the outside, and one of his house numbers was not done properly. He thought his whole case was paused. And he went from like 35,000 in fines to 45,000 in fines before I made him brutally aware that nobody, you got to fix those two things in order for the other thing to happen. So I would like us to give specific direction and have that specifically outlined as a process. Now, whether it's just a simple majority or it has to be a super majority, I'm open to discussion on that, but that's what I would like to see us do.
What exactly do you want us to do?
Change our code, the process as it deals with the magistrate, to grant the commission the ability to pause magistrate fines or eliminate them for code violations in which we are actively deciding to change the code to eliminate that as a violation.
Sure.
Well, I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
Now, I know in the past we've not cited or we call citing for that particular
Can
violation.
you speak into your mic, Yolanda?
I'm sorry.
I don't think that was one.
Nothing wrong with that. Yolanda Bryant, I understand in the past we've not cited for certain violation. If you wanted us to pause citing for those violations, we've done that. But I've not had a situation.
You're getting a
Had a situation where we pause fines after they've gone before a special magistrate. That hasn't happened.
And that's the exact situation that I want us to be able to get.
We're asking, can
we legally do that?
I'm not sure.
Well, with the code, we could amend the code language if that's something that you want to reserve to the commission as authority for your fine reductions. An alternative is that you all could give staff direction to go to take cases that have are running fines for those types of violations and request that the magistrate toll those violations for a period of time. That is an alternative.
Which keeps it in the system. It kind of keeps them in the same progression. What do you think about that?
Isn't that kind of the same thing? I would like to have that power memorialized.
No, because if they don't comply, then it's going to be, if we don't change it, then it's,
But so the tolling idea is the same as pause.
But it's not fair to tell them we're going to change
Correct.
something. Like, we can't do that. We can't say to somebody, we're going to change that code, hold off, don't take your sign down, not do it, and then they get slammed with the signs. That is not fair.
It
and
doesn't
I've
seem,
never seen that happen. I've never seen that happen, because by the time we get to that, we are.
But it
from my
could.
experience-
It can happen. And now this example right now, it's very,
Stop. I'll just.
it was my turn to talk anyway, Madam Mayor. You're the one that interrupted me. So
it might have been me.
So right now, this is the exact example of where it could happen. It's a very realistic situation that we will not see the poll signs revised until after the election. And then the new body could say no.
Ms. Mulligan.
Why are we not seeing that until after the election? That's like
Yeah, I don't
240
understand that.
days.
I
away.
don't know, because you're going to see it actually at the end of August.
Okay.
So,
But we've had that before.
okay,
We're looking at
Right,
short-term
right.
rentals and artificial turf, all of which went over a year.
well, a lot of that had to do with the legal language we're waiting on, so that's a whole nother conversation. I personally, again, going back to asking if we have any kind of support to give the magistrates more direction in regards to these fine reductions. I didn't get any yeses or nos on that.
Yes.
I think that that's a conversation that we need to say A or B.
I have a problem with that.
Okay,
Because,
so-
I mean, he does have the legal authority to do
But
that.
I understand, but if we give him, then say, he's doing the legal authority compared to what we want. So he's looking at what does the commission have set as, like Elizabeth just said.
So you could, if you wanted to, for example, your code currently states that the magistrate's authority is limited to reduction to 10% or a fine reduction unless it's owner occupied homestead. If you wanted, you could say for a repeat violation, they could, go no less than 20% or something like that. There are other measures that you could put in place. I don't. know
I
if
would
you
like to look
wanna-
at those other measures and what other cities are doing, because I really do feel it's a slap in our staff's face when they do all this work and they come before and they give a recommendation and they've already done all the write downs and given them all the credit. And then the special magistrate, again, we're not reaping even the cost on our administration at that point.
We will certainly look and bring that back to you. I will tell you, a lot of the communities don't have a write down allowance. And a lot also don't have any restrictions of the magistrate in their codes. So the magistrates can go to zero anytime they want.
But they don't have any write downs either.
Correct.
So it sounds to me like we're very lenient, and that could also be another reason why we have so many
Well,
issues.
let's go. I mean, I don't think any of you were on the commission when this came about, but we were asked to try to create as concise and predictable a process as we could to increase and encourage the most investment that we could in the city. And many new property owners had been very appreciative of a predictable, concise, consistent policy that can be done through an agreed order and ratified by the special magistrate. I do like the tolling idea that Elizabeth mentioned, because we do that on a staff basis. We haven't had a lot of cases in this instance, but like the pole sign one, as an example, though it's running in fine, we're keeping up with how long it's taking from the time you said, oh, we want to change the code until you make a decision on the code. And if you do change it where we're directing, that person will be able to bring their property compliance, and all that time will be taken off the daily fine. And Yolanda and her team have done that quite often. It's not an adopted policy. It is a policy, but it's not adopted as part of the code.
Correct.
And we could do that through this tolling thing. And then we could also bring forward, we just quickly mentioned our lien reduction and fine reduction policy. We could write that up and include that. It's a fairly easy change to chapter 2 and bring it forward to you for consideration.
Well, I also think that when I'm looking at the fine reduction, like we just talked about, if it's multiple offenders, there needs to be a much greater fine. I don't think that 10%, knocking it down to 10% for somebody who's a repeat offender that's not getting us anywhere.
But I would encourage you to be open to, if it's the repeat offender complying the property and having to pay the fine versus a new owner buying a property that has repeat offenders.
No, when I say offender, I mean the person who's knowingly doing the offending.
We do treat them now differently.
Well, which we should, because if I buy a house and the person before me was an idiot, well, then I shouldn't be punished for that. But I do thank you for giving consensus on that. I think that that's a big step forward with some of the, because there are times I can go back and look at 5 years of emails to Yolanda, and it's, with problem properties that they come into compliance and then, oh, look at, here we are, day 47, we're back out of compliance and cars are back up on cinder blocks and there's furniture on the porch. And then she's like, okay, well, they just got reduced down to 10% again. That's not going to help clean up our neighborhood, our cities, and get rid of the bad players. So thank you for giving consensus on that. I do consent to pausing or tolling whatever language makes sense if we are in the process of redoing an ordinance or redoing a rule and code.
I think it's
It doesn't make
Very
any
fair.
sense. If we know we're in the process, God hope, thank you. I can see, we're going to see it in August, the poll conversation.
If you're open to having it be the same amount as at the utility board meeting, which is the last Tuesday of the month.
I'm fine with that. I don't know how,
I
we've
have
been
no
doing
problem
business
with that.
all the time,
Yeah,
but
that's
I think that that's being business friendly, but it's also being resident friendly. And it's just, it's customer service at that point, right? Which is what we're trying to do, is be more customer service friendly and more business friendly. So I do support it.
Again, that's something that staff is already doing. Would you like to see that codified in a revision to their policy to set out what those standards are? Would you like to give staff direction to take those orders to the magistrate for revision? So it's officially in the orders that are reported, it shows there. Or would you
mean
like
the-
an amendment to the code to come forward to take that?
The tolling?
Yes.
Well, I think that back to Commissioner Segrich's point, whoever's up here, I like to put things in policy. I'm a policy person, that it's in writing, so whoever's up here can't change it later. So
Well, they
however,
can always change
They
it.
can. but At least it's.
it would have to be a majority, it would have to be a majority vote, yes, but I think that we need to give a permanency to it. Not just a case by case or ordinance by ordinance, because we did it with the artificial turf, we've done it with short-term rentals, and now we're doing it with the pole signs.
So we could just add it to the ordinance, which gives the magistrate that power to do that, correct? I mean, that's no LDR, that's just change the ordinance, correct?
Keep in mind that sometimes the direction to change code is not until after the magistrate has made an order and then the person comes and complains to whomever that they don't like the whole concept of it. We've been talking while this is off. We'll bring forward some code ordinance changes to chapter 2. Which is where it is, and codify formally some of the policies that we have, and we'll bring that forward to you in the next months or so. And that will be a fairly quick process because it will come directly to you. It doesn't have to go to all the advisory boards.
Yeah, I had Yolanda and I had a really good meeting this afternoon, and that was one of the things that people don't understand, that the staff will toll, a lot of times people are mad because they don't understand what's actually happening behind the scenes. Another reason that a lot of people are mad because, and I know we all know this is, there people will get an email about, oh, the code did this and, it took 6 weeks to do that. And well, because you didn't give us the survey, because you didn't fill out the form, because, for whatever reason, I think we always take that into consideration. Mr. Segrich.
Thank you. I think it definitely has to be codified just so that it's crystal clear for everybody. The other aspect to it is not just pausing it. I would like us to have the ability to eliminate it. So for example, given the pole sign example, someone updated the lettering on one of their pole signs or the refresh the logo
without a permit,
and they're getting cited, and I don't think that's right. And you should be able to maintain your sign.
Devil's advocate, I had to do the same thing for my business just to change one small thing. I had to get a sign
Right.
and get the sign person to come out and do it.
But the remedy wasn't tear down your sign.
No.
So in this particular case, the remedy was spend couple $1,000s tearing down your sign that's your only form of advertising for your business, or spend $30,000 or $40,000 to erect a new one. Kind of a different scenario where I think, I'm not saying we do it in all cases. This is a very specific example, but I believe the commission should have the authority to say, you know what, that was rather onerous. We wanted to eliminate it altogether.
You know, Farmer Girl?
Farmer Girl already took their sign down.
No, I know.
It's too late for
One of
them.
the things was they
No,
changed
there's a,
because if they had come to the city and said, I want to change the face to my sign, the city would have said, if you do that, that's going to happen.
Well, and
So
that's
if they
true
had
because
applied
I just went
for
through that. I just went through that in Lantana. I wanted to do one thing and they're like, you touch that sign
Yeah.
and you have to start all over with the new
Right.
rules. And I was like, what? Because I wanted to move it just a little bit closer to the road. They're like, yeah, no, you won't be able to re-erect that sign. Which
According
but I think
to the
we're,
city's sign code that was adopted in 2013, all pole signs were supposed to have been removed from the city entirely by 2019.
Right.
right. But since we never enforced it, you have a person who buys a business here in 2026 and gets punished for it. So, I just would like us to have the ability to eliminate it as well.
Now, do you
Did they
want,
get a permit to change the sign?
To eliminate what? Hang on. You want to eliminate?
Give us the ability not to eliminate the fine for that thing, because they were put in an impossible situation.
But isn't that what we just said we were doing?
No, we said,
wait.
we staff said they would put in a provision for polling it or pausing it. But I also think in certain circumstances, we might want the ability, this one in particular, to eliminate that. Because looking at the sign ordinance for like the pole signs, I don't think you should have to get a permit to refresh your logo on your sign or to change your hour of operations.
Okay,
But
but that is the rule right now.
I understand that's the rule right
I mean,
now,
we
but
can
that might
change the rule.
change. And if we so change it, these people were put in an impossible position where it's your compliance is going to hurt your business really bad, or you can spend $30,000-$40,000.
But if we said they're bringing us back the sign conversation in August, and the fines are paused and we change it, then they're not going to have to pay that fine.
They're going to have to pay whatever's accrued to today.
No, they just said that they're keeping, he just said they're
That's what I'm
keeping track of the
talking about.
time.
It wouldn't
Didn't you
be
just
until
say that?
today. It will be from the day, we delete all the days based on when you told us, and that was a while ago, to bring back something which we've worked on. Elizabeth jumped right on it, and we already got it to the Historic Preservation Board and the Planning Board. It won't be very many days, and we'll look at it and we'll figure it out. But Yolanda and she just mentioned that she may have already worked with that guy to some extent, and we don't have the particulars right in front of us, but there will be a substantial amount of that lien, if not all of it, will be wiped out if you all approve the changes that are coming forward. Not to prejudice you on a quasi-judicial hearing.
But
No, not at
also,
all.
was there other fines or was there other offenses or code issues with this one particular person who I don't know about?
I'm just saying in general, we may want that ability.
I feel weird about that. I think
We can vote on it
that's
later, but
disturbing.
Do we, that would be my clarification. Do we want that, or should that ability go to the special magistrate, or where do you want to place that? I'm a little hesitant too.
if we're the
I
ones,
hear you.
if we're the ones
The
changing it, we should be the ones to decide the extent of the relief.
I guess I can't say as I'm thrilled that, for individual cases, this one we approve and that one we don't.
Yeah,
It's like,
no. It's either gotta be.
I don't know what the solution, I agree with the problem that you're raising, and we should have
Or-
some solution.
Or we say from the date that we had consensus to pause it.
No, I think that's what we're using. That's what they said. That's.
But let's make sure that gets codified.
Well, that's been said. Okay. Okay.
Alrighty.
Number 8.
No, we're all the way on to 13 at this point. We're gonna
Sort of moving right.
We are working on some new collateral updates based on the ordinances that you are changing, and we're going to handle all those once we get to sort of an end date and consider all the things that you're talking about now versus incrementally updating, because it costs a lot of money to update these brochures and then have them ready either in paper version or otherwise. And when we do translate many of them into 3 languages, so that's going to be a pending.
Which number? was that?
13.
13 and on 14 co-compliance.
Wait.
Slow down. You might have a question.
So on
Leg
number-
has a question.
On number 13, we had also talked about QR codes for multi-languages on these forms, which I think will save us on printing, as well as for the How to Be a Good Neighbor brochure. I want to tell you that I pass those out to the neighborhood meetings. They love that thing. I think QR codes in different languages and maybe a QR code taking them to the city's website.
We're doing that with any collateral material we create. The forms and applications is a little bit more of a challenge because the applications are not derived necessarily from the website.
No, I hear you. I'm talking about for these 2 things that are on here, though. The
Yeah.
notices of violation and the courtesy notices and the How to Be a Good Neighbor.
Well, see, right now, you could, on a notice of violation and a courtesy notice, it could be a QR code that takes you to the city website, but it's not going to provide you anything more because that notice of violation is not on the website. It's independently created by
No, I said
Noveline.
QR for multi-languages is what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Yolanda, the How to Be a Good Neighbor should have QR codes on the back.
Right, but I'm also saying on the other 2. That's why I said you guys
Okay.
did a good job on the How to Be a Good Neighbor.
Well, we can get that now.
You mean the notice of violation?
it.
Yes, because I had a situation where somebody did get a notice of violation and unfortunately, or a notice from the city and it was left, it ended up in the rain, it blew off and the part that was in a different language got all washed away. So it was kind of, they thought that we were just trying not to like get the information out. But if there was a QR code on the front where the English is, it could say English, Spanish Creole. I just think communicating better on everything that we do is important.
But with different notices with different violations, it's gonna be different QR code. It has to be like basic for the QR codes to work. But if you're talking about with our notices that goes out there, each resident will have a QR code on each of those notices. It's gonna be a lot. I don't
Well,
think we
because-
can do that.
I mean, honestly, if we're putting a notice on somebody's house and we're not there and they speak Creole and they get an English notice, it's onerous on them to try to figure out what this notice says or use Google
No,
Translate, which is
I think
dangerous.
what's going to be better because and we will investigate to what capacity the new ERP has. But under our current system, since each notice of violation and courtesy notice is a unique animal in and of itself, because it's generated through collaboration from the code officer and Krista and everybody, we might have like a co-compliance card that gives you a QR code to go to the co-compliance section or something. And then that gives you some instructions on if you got a notice in violation, we can create a little cheat sheet or what do you call it? Script that that could be in the language you're talking about, either Spanish, Creole, or English. And it says, if you have this issue, call this number or write us. But I don't think right now we are able to translate the notices of violations into 3 languages.
Okay, what if we did just a card then, that when a notice is left, that there's a card with the contact information QR code in each language? So if they do get this notice, they could call the code department and say, I got this, but is there somebody that speaks Spanish or Creole that can translate this to me?
Not necessarily.
He's shaking his head no, and you're shaking your head yes.
I'm trying
Okay.
to think about what you're asking us to do.
We have some people who have a dual language ability. We have no way to test to see whether their translation is actually accurate or not.
Yeah, that's challenging.
It's not ever good. I don't think they're required to bring their own translator, even a hearing, because it's like the city is translating for you. And what if we tell them something? They could say we didn't tell them the correct information. It's like,
I always look for the best.
We try our best, but we will come up with something to help people that are in or don't speak.
Mr. Segridge has a comment, question.
Thank you. I think one of the larger issues is we've got the pink sheet that everyone's familiar with and the other courtesy notices and so on. But the pink sheet is really, in my opinion, the problematic one, because that's when you're in trouble and you're on your way to the magistrate and you've got to comply, and it spells out all the legalese. 9 out of 10 of the people I speak to that are calling in and about code issues have no clue what it means to go to the magistrate.
Yeah.
They have absolutely no clue. About 50% of the commentary I get, people say, well, I was talking with my code officer and I was on my way to comply and everything else. So they told me it was all good and I didn't have to worry about the magistrate. And now
boom,
I find out that I was absent from the magistrate and it got found against me.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
And it's happened too many times that it's can't all not be true, right? So it's happened a lot. And whether that's how we communicate or not. So to Commissioner Malega's point about making it more accessible, I don't know if we need the pink sheet translated, but we really do need some sort of so you've gotten your code violation, now what? A little animated
join the
or
club.
something.
Here's the rule.
You know, a little bit of like dumbing it down. You've got your code violation for dummies. You know, step 1, you really got to comply. Step 2, you got to talk to your officer and get in writing that they've gotten you an inspection. And step 3, avoid at all costs going to the magistrate, because that's not where you go to talk about your problems. That's where you go to get fined, and found guilty, and show up with a lawyer if you're intending on fighting it. We don't explain that to people. Now, when they get the right staff on the line, they get senior staff on the line. I think senior staff does a great job of explaining it to them and laying it out for them. But most people don't get to senior staff. And if we could come up with something to dumb it down, that could be something that could be in multiple languages. And I think less is more. You know, you just got to get across those major points of magistrate, really, really bad. Don't ever go there. And if you do
not want.
And here's how to avoid.
You need representation, because the city's showing up with a lawyer. And too many people think that's their chance to talk it through with code compliance.
Right.
And they show up with nothing.
Yeah, too late.
And then that kills their appeal, because you can only appeal based on what you presented there.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all. I think the second page of the notice of violation has, this is the code that you've violated. And so I think more information on that letter, and we finally got it bolded, that there's a magistrate hearing. That took a while. So we have to make the statutory requirement on that letter. But there's nothing, I don't think, that would prevent us from saying, okay, call this man call the guy that wrote this violation and talk to him and find out what's the next step. Because sometimes, you can't, it's not a cookie cutter thing of like what the next step is. Sometimes it's like, you call somebody says, well, I got a problem with code. And you call I don't call the code people, but you talk to higher up there and they say, yeah, well, we've been dealing with this guy for the past 6 months and it's a little bit different than what he's telling you. So I think that to simplify it, but I don't think you can make a cookie cutter But I think, but to make it more stringent, but to let them, here's what you can do, which is call the guy, work with, give you some time. They say that, I mean, in the letter, but it's all single spaced. I hated that letter for 30 years.
I
Mr.
think,
McBoy?
thank you, Madam Mayor. It seems like we've raised something along this line before that we have, there has to be one piece of paper that's got legal requirements, meets all that stuff. You got to have that. Okay, cool.
Mhm.
But is there anything that prevents us from having another piece of paper? And I would maybe not use the word legal for dummies, but just that says in plain English or whatever language, multiple languages, hey, don't panic. Here's
Right.
a little bit of a guide how to do this. And I agree. And by the way, if you see the word magistrate,
You don't want it.
you don't want to see that. You want to catch that ahead of it. You know, gives them some steer because I agree. It's a pretty intimidating.
Yeah.
I had no clue. I didn't know what a magistrate was. I kind of had an idea. Probably don't want to go there, but yeah.
Google it now.
Yeah.
Um,
So I would certainly be in favor of some mechanism, multilingual, friendly, non-legal, but informational.
yeah, for sale.
Well, I don't know if we want to do that,
Agree,
but
and I've been trying to work on this for a long time, and I'm glad to hear it coming to the dais now. But yeah, even if it's just a second piece of paper that says, you know, call Bob, talk to Bob. Bob will work. If you work with, he's very busy. He's a very busy guy. You know, if you show cooperation, we will. To more clearly spell that process out. I think that's helpful.
I think we can do like a little courtesy, like a rack card or whatever that goes with it. And it can have the QR codes on it that say, you know, this is in English, but if you go to this, you'll see this thing in Creole or you'll see this thing in Spanish.
What do you, now that I've got this
Yeah.
notice, what do I do? I think that would be helpful. Thank you. All right, thank you. They got it. That's gonna come.
Going back to your request that we focus our time and priority on life, health, safety violations, we're still continuing to do that.
Which can only be, can only be exterior at this point, correct? So it makes me.
Well, if we go, when we do the interior inspections for a business to open
Right.
for the first time, we're looking at the whole property, inside and out. If tenants ask us to come in and look at stuff, we can see things, and that does happen quite often. But if you're just, you know, run of the mill, we're going to be doing things from the curb, and it's amazing what you can see from the curb.
Right, but not all health, safety stuff. I mean, well,
Like
some,
when we saw that whole family living without AC, you could
Well,
see it from the curb
I don't think AC is required in Florida.
No.
with the windows down like a hurricane. down.
Well,
that's another problem.
That's a whole different.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So there
that's
was
different.
health safety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, keep going.
We're going to still collaborate with Palm Beach County Fire Rescue to deal with, have their interior fire inspections for commercial properties added somehow for access to the business licenses. That's still pending. We are bringing forward some sign regulation changes to here in
You
August,
skipped
September.
15.
Oh, I got you brought that one up. We did find today and actually, Barry was there when we found it. The webmaster has, I guess, he attached some sort of tracking system, which we've been talking about, but it was only attached to the planning and zoning page versus all the other pages of our division. So we have a note to follow up and see how that works. It does create some kind of ticket number and sends an email and is tracked somehow. And we're going to be getting with Keith to see how that works on that standpoint. From the actual calls into the division, that's a little bit more problematic because our system doesn't really track calls per se. But if someone leaves a message, we do have a history of it. May I go down to 17? So we're bringing pole signs to you. I'm working on some nonconformity issues that I talked about when we were at the budget meeting a couple weeks ago, maybe 10 days ago. The time is evaporating. And so you'll be seeing those. They will be in the LDRs. We do also want to look at the property maintenance code and the minimum housing code and see whether they're too onerous. That's another item on here. And we haven't
Slow
gotten.
down, Mr. Segridge has a question.
Okay.
Tell us numbers as you're going.
Yeah. Slow down, Mr.
Well, I didn't really have a number, but sure.
It kind of applies to all that. We had said in the previous meeting related to this, and I wanted to make sure that we didn't lose it. Kind of setting a statute of limitations.
That's why Barry's here.
So that I want to make sure we're
going to get to it.
having these
Yeah, that's
discussions.
down.
Because it's coming
And
up
then-
in a moment.
Also related to this, do you see any use in maybe conducting a spot survey in areas of the city? Take a 4-block radius here, here, and here. Do a deep dive on those properties and just see how many of those properties are out of compliance, to kind of give us an idea of, I know we all have a gut feeling on how many properties within the city are out of compliance, 60%, 70%, something like that. And utilize that to identify areas where maybe our code has overshot our people's ability to
Hold
adhere
on.
to it.
Can we make a distinction between, and because I think this is where you're going, but maybe I'm a 4-block radius to ascertain the numbers of properties that are non-conforming and not in compliance in terms of our current code, or the ones that actually have violations, or both?
Both would be interesting data, but it's the purpose would be to the first thing that you said, the former, which is how many of them are non-conforming and not in compliance. And it's not to pick on that 4-block person. I'm not saying we said it. It's a study. We're strictly looking for the academic information there.
That's not something that the co-compliance staff or apps really technically savvy enough to do. If we could do some kind of AI study, but even when we did this back, because we did something like what you're talking about along the lines of what you were saying when Yolanda first got here, when we were getting ready to adopt the LDRs, and there were issues where at that time, the Planning and Zoning / Preservation Board and the Commission wanted the single family residential districts to get much larger. And so the multifamily 20 and the multifamily 30 districts got smaller. By consequence, there are a lot of nonconformities in the SFR district. And that was where the majority of them are. And then the other majority of them are related to the use. And part of what I want to do with the nonconformity section is, as long as there's documentation, and we do work very hard for this, if you have still maintained all the standards by which your property was developed, say it was 1972 and the rules were such, and you've abided by them all, we're going to give you some relief. And as things move forward, you can come to compliance as best you can. And then there are rules that are overshadowing ours in terms of FEMA and the building code, in terms of what happens when somebody wants to do a substantial improvement. And because some of our buildings are in such horrific shape, it doesn't take much to hit that. And then you've got to deal with the setbacks and such. And we were working on language that if you don't make the nonconformities any worse in doing a substantial rehab, then you can still go along with what you've got in the LDRs. That's what we're working on. And a couple other areas of that. So let us flesh that out some more and bring it back to you for consideration. And we'll do that before we go through the advisory boards, so that we don't go through all of that. Everybody's happy, yay. And then we get to you and it hasn't gone far enough, or we've gone too far. That'll probably be like October based on our work that we have right now. But I need it done by October because I have to talk about it at APA conference in Miami. It may not be adopted, but it's where we're going. So we talked about sign regulations.
We have a couple lights on.
Oh,
Miss May, only one.
Did you hit 18 yet?
no, that was the next
Okay,
one.
can I just ask you a question about 18? Because I'm getting phone calls, it's kind of the same phone call where somebody hires a company, they come, they do the work, then code comes and says that's not okay, and then people get fined. Can we find the companies? So as a homeowner, if I've got a licensed and insured tree cutter and he hat wrecks my tree, I have to pay you guys $1,000. Then you tell me to cut the tree down because I can't fix it. So now I've paid you $1,000 and now I have to cut the tree down. I mean, this is ridiculous.
What we, and part of our goal, and we might as well hit 18, is a landscape installation and maintenance brochure and code that can be on the website, can be given out. And we will do our darndest to explain to people before you hire someone, make sure they have a copy of that document so they don't go hat rack a tree. Because and I gave it the, I think it was agenda review on Friday, what the definition of hat racking is. It is unbelievable how many people have trees that are way more than 25% gone and they think it's perfectly okay. I was looking at one today at Don Ramone's and they did hat rack it, but they didn't bother to take the Christmas tree lights out of it. So the Christmas tree lights are kind of hanging from the branches at the same time. And I was like, oh my gosh. The lights didn't work because they had been cut by the pruners. So that's
They weren't plugged in.
that's one of our goals. But and you at one point somebody asked for actual contractor licensing for a landscape, and there isn't a contractor's license. You can
Right.
have a business license, but it isn't necessary in Lake Worth Beach if you're operating from West Palm or something,
Okay.
and you have liability. But
Okay.
it's an education thing that we are really struggling with.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
But you're going to be getting some updates probably in the next month or so on where we stand with the updates to the landscape code.
I had
And
Zimmerman in my house today. I'm hoping it all went well.
One more question about a historic district. Okay, so in a historic district, there's contributing and non-contributing
Mhm.
structures, correct? What? Well, sort of, but I don't want a whole half-hour lecture on that. But what if some, I mean, I love you, but I don't want to hear the whole difference unless
Yeah.
it's necessary to answer this question.
Okay.
If I'm non-contributing, why does it matter what roof I put on my building? If it has nothing to do with historic anything and you can't even see it.
Well, I'm trying to think how to make. We did a survey update, and there are a large number of non-contributing properties that were recommended to move to contributing. And the commission at the time, and the next commission, and you so far have not entertained bringing that forward.
Good.
We do in our code look at what's called like a conservation approach. That if you have a house in a certain style or whatever, that what you do to it should be compatible to what it is. There would likely be some, and I think it's number 20, kind of like, are some of our rules a little more onerous than others from the non-contributing properties. And that's where we get in, huge, like someone mentioned tonight, oh, someone tore a house down and built a big one. Well, if it's non-contributing, you can tear it down and replace it with a whole new house.
You can't put a metal roof? That's so dumb.
Well, it depends on, and really, I don't know the specific example, but metal roofs are inappropriate aesthetically and architecturally with certain styles of houses. If that is not important to us, then we can change our code.
Let's do that.
I think there'd be quite a bit of support.
Yeah, I mean, I had a client.
We got 3 already.
I had a client years ago.
I mean, I just don't, it's their
I-
house.
I had a client years ago. It was northeast corner, mid-century modern, not contributing, wanted to put a metal roof on, and he could not. And it really did seem to me, I think there are certain places
Well,
in
and
our code, if I could,
Well, I mean, I was in the middle of talking, but okay.
where we are a little tight. No, I'm agreeing with you, where it is a little I think we're a little overreaching with some of the things that we've got.
Right.
Something, I think that's.
And I think that if you're looking at it as, I don't know the correct term, but whatever it is, so that it's becoming more energy efficient.
Mhm.
And that was the argument, that the metal roof made it more energy efficient. And it's a flat, you really couldn't even see it. Like, who cares?
That's hard. Those kinds of.
And historic, it was 4-3, so she can't do her roof. Sorry, that's
No,
ridiculous.
I've had the same problem with clients. Mr. Secretary?
I was going to say, I believe a couple meetings ago, I got consensus for us to have a discussion on that exact topic and solar, and there was a couple other things. So I think it's on the list, but I would definitely support to doubly make sure it's on the list.
There's quite a
Well,
few things. like
Madam
that.
Mayor,
Yes,
as a
sir.
matter of fact, I was trying to meet with the director, and
Whatever his name is.
Scott, but Scott was off today, so we're trying to meet another day. But I was going to provide that information that you and I discussed, but that was one of the concerns. But
Yeah.
we're still going to meet Scott. Scott wasn't available today.
Right. There's quite a few examples of that where we're just really picky about stuff that we just really, and you say if you don't care about that, I think that's a kind of a harsh interpretation.
And I don't mean to say that I don't care, but I
Right,
think some
it's
of the
just-
things are arbitrary.
Well, they're not arbitrary,
Well-
but they don't exactly make sense in the big picture of the city, driving to, especially a flat roof.
I mean, who cares?
I mean, my roof, if I wanted to.
You can't put a metal roof on a flat
Well, I
roof.
mean, it's not, you're not going to see, like, it's not like a A-frame. It's just
Well,
a
for
normal
example,
roof.
my house, if I were to replace my roof, you can't see it's flat onto the street. You can't see my roof, but
But you can't do metal.
I still have metal. The original roof. Mr. Report.
I think maybe another way of phrasing it is that yes, we support historic things, but we also have the objective of energy efficiency or energy reduction. Solar electric panels are not particularly historic, but they do serve a different function. Solar hot water panels, we're all over South Florida in big quantities.
And
at
we
one
allow
time.
those and we're required to allow them. And I don't want the public to think that if you just put a metal roof on, you're more energy efficient.
It's not, if you put a black one, you're in
It's
bad
not
shape.
necessarily.
If you
It's
put a
what's
white one,
underneath it in its installation that makes it more energy efficient.
and the albedo, the reflection. So you put a
Mhm.
white one, it does make a big difference. And it looks weird. I mean, I had a lot of hesitation when we put a white metal roof on our old 1940 brick house. It doesn't look particularly historic. Fortunately, I wasn't in a historic district, but it sure has made a difference.
How come if she's not contributing in a historic district that she has to go by the historic rules?
I'm with you.
That's dumb.
I don't know if it's dumb, but it doesn't meet our overall.
Difficult, it's cumbersome.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it just,
Wait, Barry would like-
what's the point of having a differentiation between contributing and non-contributing if they basically have to follow the same rules?
Barry would like to.
Barry Schultz, building official, City of Lake Worth Beach. I will have to say on energy efficiency, there is no advantage to metal roofing with the reflective requirements on composition shingles. Now there's a solar reflective
They're pretty
rating
similar.
on all of them because in California they actually have a minimum reflectance. So there's no huge advantage to that. There is some obvious advantage to storm resistance, but not necessarily energy efficiency. I just wanted to clarify that with the metal roof.
Thank you.
Yeah, the color, whether it's metal or is the big deal. Yeah. There's a reason.
Sandra, blue, they're blue. We're talking about roofs.
Yeah, so
In
on-
Italy, they're all metal and.
No lights. So I did mention 19. We'll continue to work on that and incorporate changes as necessary that are coming from the landscape code changes, the nonconformity changes, and then some of the building property maintenance standards and bring those to you in the coming months. Number 20 is a combination of things. And you've already given us some direction on how to deal with historic districts. We do need to ensure that we are not in violation of Section 106, which is the National Historic Preservation Act, in terms of how we apply our guidelines, the National Park Service and Secretary of Interior standards, and a couple other things that we maintain our CLG status and that we're a qualified, certified historic preservation program. There are some regulations, some ideas that Mr. Cedric and I have talked about that we'll be talking about in the next 6 months or so. We do have some areas where the historic compilation of buildings is a little weak due to the changes that have been made over time or the losses of various components in the historic district. And I did want to have Barry here because I think you guys have asked about some kind of amnesty or
I don't
period
see
of
it on this list. We've been talking about it, how, when I buy a house and then code comes and they see that there's a violation and we can't tell when it is or how long ago it happened or and a lot of my clients were running into that problem.
On any of the items,
Turn something on.
Did you meet?
on any of the items that come to my office, because I'm quite frequently set things by code. Hey, should we set a code case on this? Because it was obviously done without a permit. If it has been past, like an air conditioning unit, if it's over 10 years, that's already past its life cycle. I just tell them don't write a code violation for that. They're going to have to replace it soon anyway. And it's no way they can meet any energy efficient requirements currently with what they have installed. So unless they're items of fire, life safety, or a structure that was added that's being occupied by people, electrical work without a permit, we typically, if it's older than that, older than 5 to 10 years, and it doesn't have any of those items, we're already doing that. But if we want to codify something saying anything over 5 years old that includes these specific items, they're going to be an amnesty on. But I just would want to be careful that we make sure that we don't allow amnesty on things that could get our residents killed, from a fire or any of those other items. So I just, when we do that, let's just make sure that we have that information and to protect our residents.
Yeah, I see your light, Mr. Secretary. One of the other problems that I have run into, and I've used this example before. Nadine Burns, a former commissioner, had her house done in storm windows, all permitted, everything perfect. A couple of years later, sometime later, she got let's say I don't remember her, 734 North J Street, right? Well, somebody from 734 North K Street, using crazy addresses, called her and said, "Hey, Nadine, I was just in my property file. Guess what's in my property file? Your permits." So if there had been a sighting and Nadine would have said, wait, I got permits, and you prove it, and you can't. And that's one of the things that I think we do always take the side. My experience has been, we do sort of always take the side of somebody's trying to get away with something. And I think sometimes
If it was done after 2006, there's an actual record in the computer system of those windows being changed. So, we've been having Navaline for at least that long, and they're in the system. So if we can't find the documents, but it's been shown in the system it had a permit,
right,
we wouldn't cite for that.
That's where the
but I know that
5 years
we
comes into effect.
What?
That's where the 5-year window that we're using comes into effect as well. That we're looking at, because we do have some Google images of different buildings and what it's changed here and there. And so we've established through staff, and we'll make it a codification item, a 5-year amnesty window.
So the 5-year amnesty, I see your light, just the 5-year amnesty window is from I buy a new house from 5 years past that. I can't.
No, it's 5 years from today when we find out that there's a problem. Like we have somebody who bought a new house and there's a driveway issue and there's no permit for the driveway. We look on Google Maps or whatever, and the driveway's been there for more than 5 years. We'll let them replace it, and we're working on nonconformity component that if you don't make the nonconformity you have any worse,
bigger, yeah,
and if you try to improve it a little bit, have at it. And
that's important, because we've just been really harsh.
We're bringing that forward. That's nothing I'm talking about.
Yeah,
in October.
Okay, Mr. Segbridge.
No, that answers a lot of what I had, and that seems very fair. I would just kind of add to that. I think we should consider the transfer of ownership as well. So, if you were the one that owned the house for 25 years and didn't pull any permits, I think it's a lot different than if you're just coming in and buying a house and then getting surprised by that.
Right. I think that's what we're saying. Yeah.
So, if you've owned that house for 100 years, I do believe you should own that problem.
That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about.
So we wouldn't be penalizing them with fines about work that was done prior to, but they would still have to get a permit.
Right.
Because like if you had an ADU that's been there for 10 years, there was no permits, it was never done with a permit. We still need to get something together, so that a plan of some sort, so that we can permit it and verify that it's safe to occupy. So you're not going to have, with the building permit, we're not going to charge them the 2 or 3 times the permit fee for that. We're not penalizing them, but we do have to get into the compliance in some fashion, to make sure that it is safe to occupy.
And hope that it's the square footage is right, the setbacks are right, and all that stuff, it's nothing to do with.
Sure, but I mean, there are setback requirements that are fire safety related.
Right.
Being that if you're within a certain distance of the property line, then you have to have a fire rating of the wall, and you may have to reduce the number of openings in that particular wall, because you get like within 2 feet of that property line. Now you can't have any openings, and it has to be a 1 hour rated wall. So there are some components of setbacks that have to do with fire life safety with structures.
So,
well, and again, there are 0 lot line developments all over the place,
Yeah.
but they've constructed that wall to meet those fire setback requirements.
Mr. Segbridge.
Do we have something where a new home buyer could pay the city for a like inspection of something? I know we have home inspectors, and then home inspectors pull permits and they try to do it, not always successfully. Some are very good at it. Do we offer a service like that?
We can and we have. We also encourage, and this happens more with commercial properties, is get a zoning verification letter. What is legally allowed to be on your property and how is it being used? And that's one of the things that may have created our own worst enemy. Those have to be drafted by the planning and preservation staff. And the attractiveness of those letters has ballooned. I'm probably signing 2 or 3 of those every week, and some of them are very involved. And so I'm
sorry, I recommend them a lot.
And that's fine.
What?
That's fine.
Do we charge them?
Yes, we do. But over time, we're probably going to have to add some more stuff if they continue to escalate in their attractiveness. And then Barry's and his team are always willing to come out and meet with somebody. We don't really charge for it. I guess we could create a charge for it, but it's a good neighbor kind of thing that we do.
The poor people on South L Street that bought a house being told by their realtor that they could make their little shed an ADU.
I would
Yes.
like some clarification if you
Sure.
don't mind. So since we're talking about bringing forward a codification for this amnesty or look back period before code compliance, I'm hearing the commission say, yes, we want that unless you were the property owner who created the
Correct.
violation. And that is not consistent, I think, with what staff is currently doing. Is that correct?
What's staff doing?
Well, what we've been doing is 5 years, regardless of who, and unless it's a life safety issue that Barry needs to take care of.
But he's just making sure there are permits and complying the issue, but not necessarily with this code case and
Exactly.
fines and the extra permit fees and all those other things.
Right.
So I just want to get some direction from the commission. Do you want all those things? The 4 times the permit fee and code enforcement case and the fines and all those things to come into play if it's the property owner who created the violation?
It's not the property.
If they are the
Oh.
property owner who created the violation, then yes, they're subject to the 2 times the
Right.
permit fees, if they are the ones who did it. But if they're not, I'm not penalizing a new owner who was not aware
Then we're all on the
of
same
that
page,
situation.
I think.
Well, I
Yes.
think Mr. McCoy.
Just on my wish list, it's something Barry said.
Commissioner Vavoy, can you speak into your mic, please?
Yeah, I did, but I got to turn it on. Something that Barry said made me think of it, that it's a wish list and it would create a fair amount of work, but I think it would be very helpful as a general philosophy on a lot of our stuff that we explain somewhere, probably maybe not right in the code, but somewhere that you could get to it. Hey, the reason that we're making you put such and such a wall or no openings is because you're close enough that if you did have a fire, you'd burn down the neighboring house, and we don't really think that's a good idea. Another example I sometimes raise with people is, look, we have a minimum amount or a maximum amount of paved surface. Well, the reason we do that is we want that water to go into the ground and help our water supply and not create problems with our storm sewers. It's not that we're just nasty people that want to tell you what to do, but there's a logic to many of these things. And I think if there was a way for people to see that or get to it for many of our stuff, I realize that could be a lot of work.
A lot of work, but I do have to commend the staff in DCS is that when the people reach out, everyone is more than willing to explain those kind of nuances.
That's a lot of work for you guys if it was sitting somewhere already.
But most of the time, people don't know to look for that unless they got a code case and have to work with Yolanda staff or planning and zoning or Barry. I can't imagine how many people go in and say, I wonder why that person has less driveway than I do.
No, not that way, but
some of it, but
why do we care about hat racking, or why do we care about impervious surface, or why do we care about certain things, so that it isn't just you can't do this, you can't do that. It's you can't do this because it makes our community safer. Yeah. All right. Put it on my list. That's what you get to have it on a wish list.
No, because I was thinking of that too. Like I was thinking of doing like PSAs where you're walking down the street and the people who let their bushes grow over the sidewalk where you can't walk your dog. I want to like walk and like do the one like Homer Simpson.
If you do that, I would suggest that we walk around in some other community than our own, because I got in so much trouble when we were parking up. Here are the bad people from code compliance, and two of the owners were in the audience.
Well,
I got my rear end served to me, and I'm like, well, I'll be careful, and I'll use other examples that show where, you know, there's bad.
It's not a bad
treatment.
idea to pick some other community. I'm sure would
You
be
never
real
know who
popular.
owns something.
True.
We're on 21. Again, this has come up, and I know that there was a meeting with South Palm Park. We have historic preservation guidelines, and they are on the website. We have a major thoroughfare design guidelines that are on the website. We have educational guidelines for historic preservation that are on the website. Lake Worth Beach, in its quirkiness, has evolved over time, and we have embraced almost every architectural style that's been of interest for the past 120 years. When the preservation guidelines were written, and the National Park Service does encourage this, is that buildings should be a record of their own time. So if you do a new building, it's not the most appropriate thing to do is replicate what something looked like in 1920 and it was built in 26. We do have a lot of people who do not like and do not appreciate contemporary or modern architecture in the historic districts, but we have no legal grounds or from the National Park Service standpoint, an ability to say no. We have limited the overall bulk, mass, and height of those. And I understand that people are upset about the new flood regulations, but you're in some places are adding almost a half a house before we even start the house. And we've tried as best we can to explain that, you know, this is coming and we are going to have great differentiations or differentials between the finished floor of one house next to another floor. And unfortunately, that's what we're going to have to live with. Can we tighten aesthetics? We might could after October of next year, but architectural design from a design standpoint and evaluating things on that is not allowed in Florida. The only board that actually stands is actually the ARCOM board of Palm Beach. Now, if you are in a gated community and you dictate, well, this is my planned development and all the houses are going to be Mediterranean, that's a different story. But we cannot regulate architecture from a planning and zoning standpoint based on architectural style or specific aesthetics.
So there's no way that we could have, here's your menu. You can do this. We can't do that.
In our guidelines, we do recommend various styles, but there's a little caveat that says, oh, if you're interested in another style, we can enforce being truth in architecture. If you're going to do a Guggenheim sort of inspired Richard Meyer building, it better be a Guggenheim inspired Richard Meyer building and not something that has a prairie style thing stuck on the side.
A what on the side?
A prairie style, like Frank Lloyd Wright.
So it'd be consistent.
Because we've had people bring things and I'm like, and I ask often from the site plan review process, what is the style you're purporting? And
well, I don't know.
We know who went to engineering school, who went to architecture school, real quick.
Yeah, really. Just Malaga.
So just going back to what you said about lifting houses, I don't know if anybody saw it, but yesterday there was a video that was going around of Briny Breezes, and they are literally knocking down the houses or modular homes, whatever you want to call them, and Briny Breezes, and putting them all on stilts and lifting them up. And this community's been around for a very long time. It's very hard to get a property in there because they're usually passed down from one person to the other. Mm-hmm. And they literally are moving them and building new ones up.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think there were 7 or 8 empty lots yesterday that they were showing of these properties being lifted. Not a cheap endeavor either, but it is coming. And it's not just us.
Well, if you go to Keys as you drive down one, I mean, all of a sudden you've got these houses up on stilts, right? Any of the Keys, yeah.
So the climate change and sea level rise are bringing things to our attention that may not be copacetic or very appreciated from an aesthetic or.
So what you're saying is that people they had there's South Lakeside and modern too. So neighbors might be unhappy with it, but we are powerless to say you can't do that.
Right, because we're following the National Park Service and the design guidelines.
Okay, thank you.
So on 22, I think this is something that's come up. As a code is interpreted or precedences are set, we do have a LDR. What is it? It's how it was constructed. And, if a term's not there, you go to Webster's Dictionary or Oxford Dictionary and get something. Permitted uses, unless it's expressly put there, it's not permitted. We have expanded that with Nancy Stroud's help to go to categories. If something's substantially similar to a use category, it could be allowed. But decisions that are made over time sort of become part of the way the code is interpreted. And if you guys want to talk about it a little bit more, we can. But that's what we've been very consistent on how the code has been interpreted. I know there are areas where you all do not like what our code says or don't necessarily appreciate what it says, and that times have changed in the past 14 years. And some of the things you would like us to change run afoul of what we can't do in terms of making things more onerous. And we'll probably have a really productive conversation come October 2027.
So sit tight.
Okay. Okay. All right. Any comments, questions, Mr. Segrich?
I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for going through that, very thorough, and I think really is going to help the people at home who hopefully are watching us. When I did my town hall, I was surprised that I didn't actually get a lot of feedback on this particular subject. I did, however, get a whole bunch of questions on the $7,500 no permit, and now it looks like all of Palm Beach County is technically in a FEMA flood zone. So I see, Barry, you're shaking your head, but the county has put some out, and I would love for your input on that.
Because I'm up here.
I have no idea.
Could be the TVs.
There you go. Move. There you go.
Just for clarification, so we know what to talk, this is the thing about,
75. Anything under $7,500, you don't need a permit.
right?
So
Okay, thank you.
the
That's
building
helpful.
official for Palm Beach County
Yeah.
has determined that his jurisdiction, he believes that because all of it is in a flood zone, that none of that applies, that HB 803 exemption applies to their municipality or their jurisdiction.
No.
Now,
Yeah.
technically speaking, it was the intent of HB 803 to say that you don't get the exemption if you're in a special flood hazard district. Special would be AE, which is along the intercoastal that we have here. Any of those, we have like AE8 or an AE9, which talks about the wave action and things coming into town. The rest of our municipalities in a flood zone X. And so because of that, he is taking that to mean that the HB 803 exemption doesn't apply to Palm Beach County. Myself and a lot of other building officials throughout Palm Beach County disagree and think the intent, based upon what we've read, is that special flood hazard zones cannot get the exemption. So we are treating the rest of the city that's in flood zone X as not a special flood hazard zone, and therefore they are able to get an exemption under certain work. So now if you're in a special flood hazard zone in an AE or a VE, then that exemption does not apply to you. You have to still get a building permit. So that's how we're treating it.
Okay, so that helps add a lot of clarity, and I know how to answer the obvious questions that have come up, because people will come back and say, but you said it applies to us, and no, it doesn't. But yeah, so that's very, very good to hear.
They'll put up one wall of a garage. Well, they're going to.
Yeah.
You're putting up
That's specifically addressed in the HB 803 that you can't phase a project to avoid that valuation.
And how do you prove that?
And Barry may mention this, but I think it's important to note on this topic that it's not that you don't have to get a building permit. It's that you have to get the exemption. So you have to apply for the exemption.
And people are not understanding that at all.
I'm not going to interrupt. Is there a fee for the exemption?
There is, because it does have to be reviewed. We have to review their documentation. It takes staff time.
You're hearing the fee tomorrow night as part of the schedule of fees and charges. And it's also going to be the fees that we've created a whole new like zoning permit thing because you still have to comply to zoning and historic preservation, even if you're exempt from the 7,500. And so there's some fees that are being brought forward for that as well. So you're going to see both all of that as well as a few other things on the fee schedule change tomorrow night, which will be carried over to FY27.
So we can ask these questions.
You want, yes. Write them down.
Okay. Yes, but there is on our website, we have a big banner that talks about if you have questions about HB 803, we have a 2-page flyer that I feel is fairly easily to read what you can. There's a whole section of what you can do without, that is exempt, and what you can't, you still need a building permit for. So
Yeah, but people are going to think that just means they can go do it.
right, but it also does say on there that there's
I-
an exemption form, and we have that also on our website. The exemption form you fill out.
Oh, good.
And it has all the questions and information, and you put in what the valuation, a description of your work. We look at it and we send them a letter saying you are exempt from a permit. Don't worry about it.
But pay us $87 to tell you you're exempt from paying $90 for a permit?
That seems reasonable.
Why? The whole point of it was so you didn't have to pay for a permit.
No,
No, it was to not have to deal with the application process and wait a long period of time to get approved for your permit.
And
So
then
it's
how long will it take to get the exemption?
a day or two once they've submitted.
Oh, okay.
documents, yeah.
Okay. I get it. So we have to do a lot more education on this.
Because really, I mean,
So-
any plumbing, electric, structural, I mean, it's not just, it's like if you want to put up a,
You might as well just continue to go down there and tell them what you want to do.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's why you have to apply for the exemption,
Right.
make sure there's clarity. So
And one of the things that we see in the city a lot that is going to be helpful for them is there are no, things like freestanding pergolas,
right,
gazebos, anything not attached to your structure like that is now exempt if it's under $7,500.
Right.
And so it's going to allow people to be able to do that. Now, they may still have to have approval for location and lot coverage from planning and zoning, but we won't look at it. Does no longer has to meet any wind zone requirements. It is exempt.
Right.
So that is going to be very helpful for a lot of these accessory structures accessory to the home. That
Yeah.
people want to do in
because
residential.
setbacks, things like that still have to be.
They still need to meet that, and also again, lot coverage because of impermeability.
Are we going to ask them for a survey? I
That's
hope
not-
not.
Well, we have to have something to demarcate where the building is going to go. We are looking as broadly as we can at what can substitute for a survey. And we've had somebody submit a site plan that was been stamped and sealed by an architect, which we'll accept also by an engineer. And then we'll accept older surveys as long as they sign an affidavit that they are still accurate. We have opened that a little bit and said, please mark on here what's not accurate. And we did accept a few of those. But we need some kind of document that shows where is this thing going to go, and we know it's going to be 5 feet from the property line or what the overall lot coverage will going to be. We have no other way to
So we
to avoid.
hope that you have to hope there's an old survey in your.
Well,
building.
anybody who owns a piece of property in the city should have gotten a survey when they closed.
And that should hopefully be in the,
Yeah.
where is it? In my bookshelf under the.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I think it's in there.
Well,
Mr. Segridge?
one of the things with this, do you think we would be able to extend that exemption for certain things like fences, pavers, and so on into the flood zone? Because I think it's, if we want to.
We already are.
Okay.
Because fences and pavers, there's not like the whole point of the flood insurance and FEMA is property loss.
Yeah.
And a fence isn't going to be covered under property loss typically.
Right.
Neither are pavers. Neither is a gazebo you bought from Home Depot that is now wherever it is after a.
So it's safe to say we're extending most, if not all, for practical senses, into those AE zones. The
And
AE.
this is where I have been begging for years to get things out of the building permit module that have nothing to do with the Florida Building Code.
Yeah.
And we've now made a Herculean jump to have all these things be in a zoning permit versus a building code that were never a building code to start with. And it's a lot easier to comply. We don't have people calling, what section of the code should I reference? Well, it doesn't have anything to do with the Florida Building Code. You're looking at the LDRs. So this, for us, it's actually been beneficial to some degree.
The other two things related to codes that we didn't discuss, I think,
but I wanted to make sure we at least thought about them. Right now, our code compliance is complaint driven or application driven. And we've talked about proactive code compliance. And so, I think of the areas of the city that they don't really get many code complaints, and there's not much new activity going on. And so they seldom get visited. When we went to the Habitat for Humanity homes, I parked behind Commissioner May, and as we were walking, it was abhorrent, the condition of the buildings and the properties and so on. I really want us to consider a more proactive component so that we touch all areas of our city, at least with life, health, safety, or cleanliness. I know that when we're citing, we have to cite by our code, but we can, if we're doing operations, focus on certain things. And I think there's certain things that would really improve the lives of our residents to have code go around and get to the landlords and get to the people who are allowing that stuff to persist.
Let's ask if they do that now.
So it
Everything's
doesn't.
not complaint driven. Give her the microphone.
We have many that are complaint driven, but we also have staff who do block inspections and we'll go out and cite for
Yeah,
block.
and that's been
inspections
pretty
as well.
common. We've heard that.
But I think we need a more formalized plan to make sure we cover the whole city, because you can't tell me we've been down some of these streets. There's broken windows, knocked over fences, trash everywhere.
And those are the cases where you can call us and find, or you can email us and find out.
With all due respect, it's not necessarily my job to go around.
No, I'm saying to find out if there's
I
a
do.
cold case.
I do. And I can tell you in these areas, they have not been visited. They have not. I think we need to make sure we have a cohesive plan to make sure we cover these areas of the city. Because it's not happening, maybe not at the scale that we need, but there are whole sections of our city that there's no way code has been down there. Zero chance. Because of the amount of violations. And I think we need a plan for that. Related to that, actually is dealing with some of the bad landlords and so on, and how we define what a repeat offender is. I know there's a state statute that defines it, and it's very specific. It's that, but what falls into that is we have landlords that have many different tenants, and they get a bad tenant, and that throws them into repeat offender status across all of their properties. And I think we should put some consideration into thinking about how to do that in a little bit more of a less broad sweeping way.
Couldn't you just do a repeat offender for the address instead of the landlord?
That's one idea.
No, they go.
That's what we do. That is one idea. That's what I'm saying is right now it's across the board, all of your properties, no matter what.
That's not true.
That's statute.
That's statute. That's statute.
Oh, so we can't override that?
So what the statute is, the statute states that it doesn't necessarily have to be a repeat on that particular address. Any property owned by that property owner can become a repeat if it's the same
Right.
violation.
But we can control how we treat repeat offenders, and we can clarify that statute further on our side.
What do you
Can we,
suggest?
Elizabeth?
Because we
That'd be
in our code say, based on that definition, we're going to treat you differently. There's nothing in the statute that says we have to treat them differently. There isn't. It just says these are repeat offenders.
There actually is in the statute a whole separate process for repeat offenders. They don't get a time to comply. They have their fines.
And we
start
can't do
immediately.
we can't do anything about that statutory definition. We can't clarify it.
So you can make it more narrow than what the statute provides for. So for example, if you wanted a repeat violation only to apply to the specific property, you could make that change because
Okay.
it's more narrow than what the statute.
So to clarify my comment, I would like us to narrow that definition to make it make a little bit more sense, because we have some landlords that are really good actors, but they're repeat offenders just because of the sheer number of properties that they own. And you know, I see shrugging. I'm just interested in your guys' thoughts.
Well, yeah, sure.
So I guess my opinion is do your due diligence, educate your tenants.
Mhm.
I was a renter my whole life up until 12 years ago, and I knew how to behave in the properties that I lived in. So just because you are an LLC or you are a land grabber and you have 20 properties in this city, you should be vetting your tenants. You should be educating your tenants on what the rules and of the way of the land are, when the garbage is, when is the bulk pickup, when is your vegetation, how to maintain your yard. That is when you're cashing that rent check, that is your responsibility. I have a property in Delray. I'm responsible for what my tenant does there.
Right.
And I think that if you have the one-offs, but when you have these LLCs and these slumlords that are all over my neighborhood that I've been trying to get out by working with the CRA and getting rid of them and getting these homes into new homeowners and off of LLCs, they are the ones who they need to be held accountable. I even talked to Yolanda like 2 months ago. I sent her a property that was across the street. And then unfortunately, the guy across the street, who's a good tenant, who's a good landlord, I should say, ended up having it was a minor violation, but he looked at who put the complaint in, and then he called me and he said, I see that you complained about my property. I said, no, sir, I will forward you the email I sent. I complained about the property across the street from you. He said, oh, well, thank God you did, because that one is ruining my property. He said, but then why did I get violated? I said, well, when they show up to violate that person, they must have seen A, B, or C on yours. And he said, thank you so much for explaining it. I'm already working with code to get this rectified. But this is a landowner who was happy that I reported this slumlord LLC across the street from him. So I understand what you're saying, but in my opinion, I am not trying to be lenient. You're the landlord, it's your responsibility.
And I'm not saying be lenient. I think a more narrow definition can greater stratify it. You'll still catch the slumlords. They will be in violation on multiple of those properties. But I think that it catches the good with the bad. And I would be in favor of at least exploring that, but maybe not. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
my colleagues are. The other last two things, it just was based on our conversations. And I think there were some important things discussed, and I don't know if we noted them as actual action items, but when we had the discussion about the parking and Barry for the one place that didn't have parking, and Barry brought up that they had put in a condition that it be recorded against the property. I looked at the code to try to find something where that was required, and I couldn't find it. And it could just be that I didn't find it in there. But since we know we have all these properties that have this exact problem, and I was struggling and trying to wrap my brain around, you know, how do we ensure that parking exists forever for that use? And I think recording it against the property is a brilliant idea on how to do that. I think we should codify that, make it clear, because this question has come up a number of times where people are like, well, we're going to build this or we're going to do that. And the parking, we're going to rent it from right over here, or we're going to rent it out of the Bohemian, and that's going to be our parking spaces. And it raised all sorts of questions for me as like, well, what happens if they stop paying that rent check for that and then the parking goes away? Then do we have to get rid of the use and occupancy or kick the tenants out? Exactly. So I think we need to formalize this. You know, I think that staff has come up with a really good policy and a strategy. I think it needs to be clearly outlined in our code.
But I bet, not disagreeing, I bet it also raises the issue of like, would it be the required, you know, let's say this square footage of this restaurant needs this amount of parking spaces. Do we then force them to find that many parking spaces in the neighborhood? Some neighborhoods don't have available parking lots across the street.
Yeah, or not available street parking and so on. It's complex. It's a very complex
But I kind of
question.
that because I know that there are some people again that own land in the city that will rent to a business and say, oh, well, you can just use my other business across the street and use that parking lot. And then how many times does he do that to put tenants in? And then all of a sudden that tenant who actually has the parking lot gets angry and says, well, no, that's my spot.
Or we have
I think it would be recorded, Ms.
we have developments made that have parking on another parcel, and then they sell that parcel, and that parcel goes away. So if you guys agree, I would like staff to look at that.
Who's on the planning and zoning board? They kind of look a little bit similar, but not exactly the same person. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I don't think we can
I was wondering
necessarily
why you
make that
were
a requirement in the code yet because of the preemption on making things more onerous. But in the conditional use and administrative use sections, you do have to address a whole variety of criteria. And one of them is it going to generate more traffic than a use by right? And if it is, you have to provide a mechanism to handle that. And so it is in there, and there are multiple ways to kind of deal with it besides just a cross access easement. We could do a better job on ensuring that the cross-access easements are maintained. And I'll work with Elizabeth on that because there was an example where the property that was bought to provide the parking for a business that was required to have a unity of title, split off the unity of title,
How does
sold.
that ever happen?
And they didn't come to us, and you don't have to come to us. You can go to the property appraiser's office and just say, oh, it's a separate parcel
But
control
it's
number.
supposed to be contiguous.
Well,
Yeah, unity of title means, yeah, that's what that means.
we don't allow it to go across the street. It can go across an alley. There was a period of about a year and a half, 20 months or so, where some weird things got approved, and we're still paying the price of it. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Malega.
Including the car parts place on Dixie Highway.
Yes. The car parts? We're talking about North Dixie. He didn't come before you.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the one that just.
No. Oh, no, North Dixie, it's a landscape issue that we've been talking about for years. Across from Gons.
O'Reilly's.
Where they have these little box this big and dead stuff. I think we should let them put artificial vines or let them put artificial plants. So at least it doesn't look, they're putting in a bucket. They're supposed to, they were given a bucket to plant something that's supposed to be a vine going up the building, and there's no room for the roots to expand or for them to even water it.
Motion to adjourn.
Well, no,
Second.
All in favor?
My question, I'm not interrupting. I would like to say something, a question. If we're talking about that sort of parking, this is my building, but my parking's over here, would that not have to be a recorded easement? Rather than a memorandum of understanding?
There are shared parking agreements that we see
They can record
sometimes
it?
that can be recorded. We see declarations of covenants and restrictions.
And they
that
run with the
re-
land?
That would run with the
Okay, as
land.
long as
that
they
would
run with the
require
land, all right.
parking. We see
And they record, that's
cross-access
fine.
easements.
Okay,
And
that was
so
just-
there are options.
Okay,
yes.
there's been a motion and a second to, Mr.